offering you a taste of New Orleans since 1986. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Away from opting out of that.
Good morning. Today is November 15, 2016. This is the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect Commissioners Johnson, Soboroff, Figueroa Villa, McLean Hill, and Goldsmith are present, and we have a quorum. Number 1 on the agenda, Department's report dated November 10, 2016, and discussion relative to the prevention and elimination of bias policing, verbal presentations from invited community organizations on the topic of police bias and possible board action.
Thank you. Everyone in Los Angeles deserves fair treatment and equal justice. Our police officers play an absolutely essential role in protecting these bedrock principles and ensuring our safety and security each and every day. At the same time, police are empowered only through the public trust they earn and the authority conferred upon them by the people they protect. The public trust is built and maintained by ensuring that every person receives fair treatment and equal justice, always and every time. Today's hearing on bias policing is timely. Los Angeles is one of the most diverse cities on earth ever. To look past the tone and vitriol that have come up during this election cycle would be to ignore our vast diversity and interconnectedness. We are all different, and acknowledging and respecting those differences makes us stronger. But we do need to acknowledge and understand that the election results created a lot of anger, fear, and anxiety for many, many people. Many in our city have taken to the streets and have demonstrated peacefully to affirm our core values. We had thousands of students outside of City Hall yesterday, and I expect more of the same this week. Likewise, our officers have protected Angelenos' right to be heard. If the strong reaction to the election has shown us anything, it's that most of us, especially us here in Los Angeles, have reached a consensus that true healing can only follow honest dialogue and a strong commitment to doing what it takes to live up to our standards of equal justice and opportunity for all people. That is the most effective way to build stronger trust, which we all agree makes everyone safer, civilians and officers. The vast majority of our officers do an outstanding job of upholding those values, but we always have to be open to hearing from people whose experiences tell them differently. That doesn't take anything away from the officers who do an incredible job of keeping our neighborhoods safe, but it does help us identify new ways to improve engagement with everyday Angelenos. I want to thank Commissioners McLean Hill and Goldsmith for putting today's hearing together. The agenda they have constructed with the support of Mr. Teefank is comprehensive and inclusive. I know that everyone will not agree 100% with everything they hear today. We all bring a different set of perspective and experiences to the table. But I see that as an opportunity for renewed dialogue, not a barrier to the work that remains to be done. Reviewing and revising our policies, such as our use of force policy, committing to best-in-class training, such as de-escalation and implicit bias, and equipping our officers with the best available tools to keep them and our community safe, such as body-worn cameras, are all inseparable from our commitment to constitutional policing. We should never close ourselves off from new ideas, especially when they have the potential to save lives and instill greater confidence in a department that has to reaffirm every day a commitment to serving everyone equally and doing all it can to preserve life. Today isn't going to be just another conversation. We intend to discuss concrete actions that the Police Commission and the Police Department are taking now. For example, I directed and worked with the Inspector General to develop a smartphone app with critical support and assistance from the department. This app provides Angelenos across the city with access to important information regarding the Police Commission and the Inspector General's office, as well as other elected and city offices. I wish to thank the Inspector General for his leadership in pushing for this, the Department for its commitment of time and resources, and to Commissioners McLean Hill and Goldsmith for helping to get the app across the goal line in time for today's meeting. We'll discuss it more later, but as far as I know, the OIG app is the very first app developed and launched by a civilian oversight agency anywhere in the country. We continue to be at the leading edge of law enforcement reform and effective oversight. We will also discuss the results of a citywide survey conducted by the LAPD earlier this year. Mayor Garcetti asked Chief Beck to commission an independent community survey about policing in our city and directed that the full results be released ahead of this special meeting of the Police Commission. This first survey tells us a lot about how the department is perceived by the people it serves, and it helps us all understand the critical measure of how the LAPD is seen by the residents of this city. The independent survey was important to me personally because I've told Chief Beck that I expect the LAPD to be a national leader in implementing the recommendation of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, which, among many other things, calls for surveying the public about their attitudes and perceptions about the police. I think this shows tremendous leadership by Chief Beck and the department. There is strength in their willingness to be self-critical, transparent, and accountable. By designing a survey that asks tough questions about police use of force, bias policing, crime, and public trust. There are some positive findings that shouldn't get lost. As I stated before the recent use of force report that we considered, I know that the LAPD is not afraid to look in the mirror. I see evidence every day that the LAPD lives out its core value of quality through continuous improvement. This is the sign of a healthy and vibrant organization. Still, the survey results do indicate that there are some areas of the city where we need to focus our time and attention to improve trust and confidence in the LAPD. Finally, before I turn it over to my fellow commissioners, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that issues of race and policing are not new to this police commission. It was a critical focus of the Department of Justice's investigation of the LAPD and the consent decree, as well as other reports and reviews of the department. Past commissioners such as Deidre Hill, John Mack, Andrea Orden, Anthony Pacheco, Paula Madison, and Rob Saltzman have all taken on issues of bias directly, as have countless others inside the department and throughout the community. We hope to honor their legacies and continue their work today and every day on behalf of the people who live, work, and visit this great city. Mr. Teefate, can you walk us through today's agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Department has prepared an extensive report on this topic in response to the Commission's request. Additionally, there have been several speakers who have been invited to attend today's meeting and provide their input. I'd like to now provide an overview of the order of today's meeting. First, the Department will have 20 minutes to present their report. Following the Department will be Professor L. Song Richardson from University of California, Irvine, and she will also have 20 minutes to speak about the topic of implicit bias. Following Professor Richardson will be Mr. Peter Biebring of the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California, and Mr. Biebring will have 15 minutes to present on the topic. We will then have our community-invited speakers to present their comments for a period of 7 minutes each in the following order. Mr. Alex Johnson, Executive Director, Children's Defense Fund of California. Ms. Amilcar Salas, Executive Director, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. Ms. Karen Lane, Vice President of Public Policy, Community Coalition of South Los Angeles. Mr. Pete White, Los Angeles Community Action Network. Yeah. Reverend K.W. Toulis, National Action Network. And Ms. Kim McGill, Youth Justice Coalition. Also representing the Los Angeles City Human Relations Commission is Mr. Francisco Ortega, who will be accompanied by Commissioner Mark Rothman. After all the presentations, the commissioners will ask questions of the presenters that they may have. It is anticipated that the presentations and question and answer period with the commissioners will conclude at approximately 11 a.m., which will leave 1.5 hours for public comment. If you wish to speak during public comment on this item, please fill out a speaker card for item 1 and submit it to one of our officers. Each speaker will be provided 2 minutes to make their comments, and as a courtesy to the other speakers, please do not exceed the 2 minutes. After this item, comments will be accepted on general public comment. As I mentioned, the commissioners are focusing on concluding the public hearing at 12:30 p.m. today. The time for each of the speakers will be shown on the speaker time device, which is right at the front of the table. For the speakers, they will present at the table. For general public comment, we have the podium in the back for general public comment. And that concludes my comments, sir.
Thank you. The department is first?
Yes, the department will be first for 20 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Arif Ali Khan. I am the Director of the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy for the Los Angeles Police Department. And I want to thank you on behalf of Chief Beck for providing us this opportunity to present to you our report and a brief overview of what we have submitted in writing. The Department's report on the prevention and elimination of bias policing, as you have before you, is a comprehensive 140-page report designed to not only answer the questions that were presented and asked by the Commission, in particular Commissioner McClain-Hill, to not only answer those questions, but to provide the full context of the Department's commitment to preventing bias, eliminating discrimination, and ensuring constitutional policing in all that the Los Angeles Police Department does. As the LA Times pointed out this morning, racial profiling is an issue throughout the country that has been a thorny one for not only the public, but also for police executives and police departments. It is for the police departments because of our commitment to ensuring fair and impartial policing, but also because of the difficulty to prove under many of the circumstances. And it is, of course, a thorny issue and an issue of concern for the community, that because of how it affects the perception of the police and the realities in some cases of actual bias. State law defines racial profiling in a very narrow way, and as you'll see in the report, you'll hear in particular, the LAPD takes a much more expansive definition of bias policing and a much more expansive approach to preventing bias policing than simply causing a detention based on a particular protected class. You will hear how we incorporate race, religion, color, ethnicity, national origin, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, and disability in any police action by a Los Angeles police officer, and prohibiting bias in any of those actions. We also have much broader systems to deal with this, as you will hear from the experts, on recruitment and hiring, on discipline, on community engagement, and also in our extensive training and education programs. There are 2 points I would just like to make very briefly before going into the recruitment and hiring that are important issues to consider as we go through this. The first is the difference between bias policing as a policy issue and bias-related misconduct as an actionable disciplinary issue. The Department has very strong policies against bias policing, but the challenge, of course, is showing that somebody has taken enforcement action for the sole purpose, an improper purpose based on a protected class. That is very difficult and challenging to deal with on an individual level because it may not necessarily manifest itself in an explicit action. Bias-related misconduct, on the other hand, is something that the police department can take action because it involves an action, which is why we also provided to you in the statistical compilation many instances where we have seen derogatory comments being made, conduct unbecoming, discriminatory conduct that we have taken specific and direct action on because they manifest themselves in those ways and are clear indications of bias that may also extend to many other enforcement actions. The other issue I think that's important to understand is the difference between explicit bias and implicit bias, both of which are problematic, but both of which have to be dealt with in different ways. Explicit bias is something where there is an action, a statement, and something that the department can take a variety of actions to deal with, including training, including screening through recruitment and background investigations, and including discipline. Implicit bias, which as we all know is something that is unconscious, it is something that all of us develop over time and experiences, but is nevertheless problematic in policing and anything we do, is much more difficult. But that is where things like the department focusing on screening and education and training and trying to create better self-awareness about our implicit biases is so important to reduce that. And also the community engagement that we have to build better mutual understanding and positive contacts and relationships with each other in the community. I will now transition over first to our recruitment and hiring issues and Captain Alan Hamilton, who runs that division. So, Captain Hamilton.
Good morning, Board. I'm joined today by my partners from both the Public Safety Bureau of the City of Los Angeles Personnel Department and my partners in the sworn side, Lieutenant George Macias and Lieutenant Aaron McCraney, who are both in charge of recruitment and hiring and evaluation on the sworn side. So I'd like to start with referring you to the slideshow, and there's going to be a couple of things I do want to point out here. Primarily, I'd like to start with saying that the Los Angeles Police Department only hires the best and the brightest of all of our applicants. We have very high standards that we have continued to maintain throughout our hiring processes and our selection processes. And I'd also like to point out that we have a very stringent hiring process in terms of who we recruit. So in terms of how we look as a department, I'd like to point out that we are one of the only organizations nationwide that truly reflects the diversity of our communities. I'm going to have a chart here shortly that's going to reflect how closely we mirror the communities around the City of Los Angeles and how closely we've aimed our recruiting efforts in making sure that this department maintains their standing as not only a department with the highest standards, but also a department that has those same standards in terms of diversity and reflecting our communities. So in terms of diversity, I'm going to start with some raw numbers. For every 100 people that enter the process, and this is fiscal year 2015-16, only 2.82 actually get to the doors of our Los Angeles Police Academy. And out of those numbers, only 2.1 will become a full-time police officer after probation working in a black and white police car for the City of Los Angeles. So that tells you that basically only 1 out of 50 will transition to that after entering the process by completing our online the basic evaluation where you start the process. In terms of what we look like compared to the city, if you can take a look at the chart here, and that's also referred to in our document that we've submitted, we are very closely mirroring what the population of the City of Los Angeles and what our communities reflect. We actually focus very closely on where our targeted recruitment efforts are throughout the communities to make sure that we maintain this balance. So in addition to that, we are aware of upcoming trends in terms of the deployment and in terms of the employment of our department, and we make sure that we are ahead of the curve in terms of adjusting for possible changes that are coming up. Pointing specifically to the African American population, we are actually ahead of our MSA for the City of Los Angeles in terms of hiring. We're actually at 10.4%. Our MSA as of 2010 reflects 9.4%.
MSA is the metropolitan statistical area that's used by the census to reflect demographics in a particular area.
So that's another thing that we very much emphasize and we are very much in tune to in terms of our numbers. So this is the chart I was referring to that I would get around to. In terms of federal agencies, we are way ahead of them in terms of our diversity on our department. But even with municipal agencies, looking at some of the major municipal agencies around the country, we are by far most reflective of the demographics of our cities and our communities as compared to some of these agencies here. You look at some of the other agencies across the country, you look at Chicago, you look at Baltimore, where the numbers are greatly varied from what the community is actually reflecting. Our representation here on the Los Angeles Police Department is very in tune with our community, very in tune. And I'll leave that chart to digest. So moving on, in terms of screening for bias, there are 3 of 7 areas of the recruitment and hiring process that screen specifically for bias. I do want to, however, mention that our overarching priority is to always be aware of bias in any part of the process. But we have 3 areas where we specifically look for the candidate to express bias. In our oral interview process, that is the first opportunity we have to have a one-on-one exchange with our candidates. And we are, that is really the first place where we have a very up-close exchange for a number of minutes where we can determine how that person expresses themselves and how they relate to others. and that is one of the domains that is required by POST for us to review in terms of hiring and evaluation. Then we move on to psychological testing. In terms of our oral psychological screening, that is conducted by a trained medical professional doctor, not a city employee. I'm sorry, that is a city employee, not sworn or civilian, and they specifically search through those domains to make sure that there are no biased feelings being expressed towards the community or others in terms of their self-expression during that process. And then the background investigation is one of the most exhaustive and professional that is conducted throughout the state of California in the United States. It is conducted by both sworn and civilian members and employees of the Los Angeles Police Department and the Public Safety Bureau of the City of Los Angeles Personnel Division. And it is a thorough background, and one of the key areas that we examine are the relationships that people have with those around them. And we have specific areas where we look to see if they are involved in or partaking in any types of bias activities in their past, if they express those feelings throughout the background process. And we also check to see if they're going to have any references that would give an indication that they're involved in those types of activities. So it's a very thorough background process. We make sure that we leave no stone unturned before we bring them onto this department. And again, we always maintain very high standards in terms of who we select to become a Los Angeles police officer. Okay, so in closing, I'd like to say that, there are a lot of things that are said regarding bias and how we screen for it. The main emphasis that I would like the board and the public to take away today is, all of the people that are here and placed in this process, we take it as a very solemn commitment to make sure that the people that are coming behind us and are setting the pace for the future of the department are going to be of the highest standards. They're going to reflect the community, they're going to reflect the diversity, and they're going to reflect the professionalism of the Los Angeles Police Department. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Pinnell.
And as Dr. Pinnell comes, I just want to make a point as she gets situated to talk about the training and education program. One of the reasons the importance of the diversity of the department is not only because we should be reflective of the community, but we know from science and from experience that a diverse workforce increases understanding about other ethnicities, other religions, other backgrounds. And that interaction, that understanding among your coworkers reduces bias and hopefully manifests itself in a positive connections with the community. So Dr. Pinnell.
You got it? Okay. So good morning. My name is Dr. Luann Pinnell, and I'm the Director of Police Training and Education, and I'm privileged to present this to you today. My first slide is that diversity matters. Workforce diversity allows us to promote understanding and reduce bias from the very start of an officer's law enforcement career. Because of diverse recruiting, every recruit officer has the opportunity to experience diversity in training and is expected to train, support, work in teams, overcome differences, and resolve conflict. Recruits are challenged to honor and respect their own diverse heritage and the diversity of others because it reflects the very diversity of the communities we serve. Through innovative teaching methods and challenging experiences, we see that diversity fosters creativity, collaborative thinking, and problem solving. These are exactly the kinds of learning experiences that are created not just in the academy, but throughout department training. So let's look at our educational strategy. Next slide. So our educational training on bias awareness, prevention, and elimination has been on an evolutionary process for the LAPD for over the last few decades. And while it may encompass everything from cultural diversity to the stigma of persons with mental illness or homeless, ageism, sexual orientation, or racial profiling, we can never escape the fundamental core value that we return to and reinforce, which is respect for others. To move that commitment from the classroom to the field and to face the difficult challenges in our communities, it is not enough to train to a test. It is not enough to simply memorize words and the most recent research. Officers must have the opportunity and training to practice, make mistakes, improve their skills and understanding. And in that regard, LAPD has had to learn from advances in education, technology, brain science, and adult learning to discover the standalone or topic-driven training is not as effective as training that is both specific and integrated into daily activities. To be most effective, training must be relevant, timely, and developmental. In whatever training we develop, our goal is to exceed our California Post standards and to strive to be a national model. So on my final slide, we are never done. Training evolves as society changes, and there have been exponential changes in our communities, media, technology, resources, and even the laws are changing constantly. As such, we collect feedback from sworn and civilian students, facilitators, command staff, and community partners to weave in current and real-life scenarios into department training. We are constantly searching for best practices inside and outside law enforcement. It is a serious responsibility to know that we are training someone's son or daughter to protect and serve someone else's son or daughter. And so therefore, we will never be done.
Thank you, Dr. Pinnell. Next will be Commander Maislin, the Commanding Officer, Internal Affairs Group. And obviously, Dr. Pinnell, in a very concise way, covered a large portion of the report that details many of these issues. So I'll turn it over to Commander Maislin on the accountability measures in place.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Commander Stuart Maislin, the Commanding Officer of Internal Affairs Group. And I'm going to take just a couple of minutes to kind of tell you what we learned from our research into not only the 5 agencies that you asked us to look into, but 5 additional agencies as well. So the first thing we looked at was complaint intake and policies and processes that we all have. And what we found, none have a more open policy regarding the taking of complaints than we do. We take complaints from any source, be it anonymous complaints, third-party complaints. We don't put time limits on complainants. We take in person, by mail, by phone, by fax, by email. It doesn't matter. What we found are other cities, perhaps restricted by their own state laws, but some cities don't take anonymous or third-party complaints. They require that complaints be signed, be submitted on certain forms, be signed under penalty of perjury. I think one department actually required complaints or complainants to have their forms notarized, and then others have time limits as well, where they won't take a complaint if it's 90 days past the incident. And of course, what that means is if they don't take it, they won't investigate it, they won't do anything with it. We think it's so important, the taking of complaints, and we enforce our policies. We conduct stings and audits on our employees. We send undercover officers to test our employees to make sure they take complaints as they're required to do. The second factor that we looked at, of course, the investigation and adjudication of bias policing complaints. The most serious complaints on the Los Angeles Police Department are investigated by Internal Affairs. Bias policing are among the most serious complaints, and we investigate all of them. We have specific intake and investigation protocols, and we found that only one other agency does that same thing, and that's San Francisco. And when we asked them, they said, well, yeah, our protocols are based on yours. So, that was a compliment from them. Regarding adjudication, as you know, all agencies are struggling, like we are, to sustain complaints where the allegations are based on why officers took or failed to take action. That is, what really motivated, what was their inner motivation for what they did. As we reported on, in the past reports, we previously in 2013 sustained 2 allegations of bias policing and 1 complaint that ended up being overturned by a Board of Rights. Of the 10 other agencies that track bias policing complaint data and that would provide it to us, only 3 other agencies had sustained any bias policing complaints. San Diego sustained 1, San Jose sustained 1, and Washington, D.C. sustained 2. And I'd also like to point out just one little interesting note. In the last 2 reviews by the Inspector General in 2013 and 2015, they found no issues with our investigation and adjudication of bias policing complaints. So, this all begs the question then, if we don't sustain bias policing complaints, what conduct do we punish? And I think, as Arif mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to sustain bias policing complaints or punish what conduct was internally motivated, or what internally motivated an employee to engage in what may be lawful police action, but it's action that the complainant believes is based on bias. And that's what our bias policing policy requires. But what we can punish is observable behavior that may be indicative of bias. However, we don't define that as bias policing complaints. Those are in different categories, and we punish discourtesy, we punish ethnic remarks, we punish other improper remarks, and that would include remarks based upon age, gender, LGBTQ status, disability, religion, and the other factors. And we also penalize other unbecoming conduct. So going forward, the last thing, what's our hope for the future, is the mediation program that we have, where we mediate bias policing complaints. We're coming to the end of a 3-year pilot program. We've been doing it for 2 3/4 of the 3 years. We have done about 90 mediations. The feedback from both complainants and officers is very high, and in the next month or so, you're going to get a separate report where we're going to recommend that we continue to work with our partners in the City Attorney's Office on mediating bias policing complaints, because we see that as an important piece of getting the department and the community closer together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Mason. Commissioner Johnson, the last portion was going to be very briefly on the community engagement, but more importantly about the community surveys. If the Commission would indulge me, I can conclude with that. Thank you. The number of community engagement and partnerships and the different programs are very well documented in the report, especially focused on areas of communities that have experienced historical discrimination. So I'll skip over that, but one of the most important things is what Commissioner Johnson had pointed out, which was the first ever comprehensive community survey conducted by an independent firm that was at a significant cost, funded by grant funds, to survey 2,100 residents of the City of Los Angeles. The Chief of Police directed that we, in particular, try to understand the feelings and sentiments of underrepresented communities, in particular in 4 areas that have traditionally experienced the most crime, and we have had many of the issues in terms of trying to build community trust and maintaining it. Those would be Southwest, Southeast, Newton Division, and 77th area, which also constitutes 50% of the homicides in the City of Los Angeles in 2015, and more than 1/3 of the violent crime that's existed there. What we found from this survey was both positive and definitely areas in need of improvement. Positive was that across the board, the general feelings about the police department, its professionalism, its responsiveness, et cetera, was very high. And that was true across the board in a majority of the ethnicities and regions of the department. And I'll just go through, I'm not going to go through each one. The issue, though, that we found, and it wasn't surprising because of national trends that we expected, is the gap between the perceptions of white residents in the City of Los Angeles and African Americans. And as you can see from this chart, for example, 79% of the overall respondents agreed or strongly agreed that LAPD officers treat them in a fair and courteous manner. And 87% of white respondents versus 63% of African American respondents. And that is a very wide gap. And the reason I focus on the gap is because that is something that in one area there's a different perception than the other, and that's where we need to address. And that gap exists in various questions that were asked and are detailed in the report. In addition, the issue overall of races and their perception of whether all races are treated the same is also low, which is an indication that there is a perception across racial ethnicities, et cetera, that there's a perception that others are not treated fairly, which is a very important thing that we need to address. What's important on this is the recommendations that came from the independent research firm and things that we have embraced, which are maintaining and increasing the overall approval rating and using this data to specifically focus on communities and areas in the city that have different perceptions about the police department that need to improve. Because what's very important about this step was that we were using data conducted by an independent firm So it wasn't simply anecdotal information of very positive support or very negative support, which of course are important, but actually having a much better evidentiary basis to understand perceptions. And this hopefully will be the baseline for which we can have additional surveys so we can see whether there's been improvement or regression. The challenge with that is these are very costly surveys, and we had grant funding, and it's unclear whether that similar grant funding in the future. But as you can see from the other recommendations, it's very important that not only we proactively educate the public about uses of force because of impressions about that, when it's appropriate or not, but also just to have increased responsiveness to community concerns in all communities, have positive contacts and create engagement opportunities where police officers can learn about community members and community members can learn about police officers, because it requires mutual understanding to reduce bias. And so these are just some of the areas looking to move forward based on that. And of course, we'll answer any questions that you have at the appropriate time.
Thank you. We're going to save all questions until the end. Obviously, that was the entire report, department's report, is online, as is the community survey, are both available online. Richard, is it on the Police Commission website or the department website? Or
it's both? On the department website, and we have over 100 copies of the department's report available in the back of the room.
Do we have the survey as a part of that available?
The survey, no, it is not, but the survey information that is in the report is available. It's in the report.
Okay.
Yes.
The survey has a summary, and the entire analysis and report is in the appendix.
Great. Okay, thank you.
May I just ask one very brief data issue?
Sure.
It just goes to the data presented. I'm sorry. With respect to the survey, you indicated that you sort of delineated certain survey results, and then you did make a comment, and it's also in the report, that this was not surprising given the national media with respect to, I guess, concerns that are showing up in other areas relative to African Americans and police.
No, I didn't say national media. What I was referring to is the national data of other cities in the United States, which either have same or lower perceptions of the police departments in those communities.
Okay, so you're not suggesting that, so you're not tying the data that or the perceptions in Los Angeles to events elsewhere.
Well, I can't rule them out as one of the factors.
Do you have any data that supports that that is one of the factors?
I don't think we have data of what are the factors, particular factors that are influencing public perception.
Okay,
I think
that's all I wanted to understand.
It would be irresponsible for me to say it's any one thing.
Okay.
I was simply referring how we compare to other national studies, either the same or doing much better than some, but not where we need to be.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
At this time, Professor Song Richardson would be the next presenter from the University of California, Irvine. Professor Richardson.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Song Richardson. I'm a professor of law and senior associate dean of academic affairs at UC Irvine College of Law, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you today on the topic of unconscious or implicit racial bias. And the reason I'm thrilled to actually be here to talk about this issue is because too often when we talk about racial bias in policing, the conversation follows two familiar paths. So on the one hand, when we see racial disparities in policing, we tend to blame police officers and accuse them of bigotry and racism, or we turn to community members and tell them that they were acting in objectively threatening or suspicious ways. So we have these two familiar ways of talking about bias, and of course it's true sometimes that police officers are bigoted, and it's true sometimes that citizens act in suspicious ways. But what I think is a more pernicious problem, a more important problem, is the fact that we would expect to see significant racial disparities in policing, because whenever discretionary decisions are being made, most individuals are affected by unconscious racial biases. And this can lead to racial disparities even if all officers are fair and egalitarian, and even if all members of the community are acting in identical ways. So to talk about unconscious bias, the first thing I want to do is introduce all of you to the way that our brains work. And the reason I want to start there is because then unconscious biases make sense. They're just a part of the way that our brains typically work. So bear with me for a moment and take a look at this slide. Can you all see the slides? Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Just wanting to make sure. So when you take a look at this, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but if you see triangles, circles, or the Star of David on this slide, and most people see either triangles, circles, or the Star of David, those objects don't actually exist on this slide. But your brain fills in the missing pieces because our brains work efficiently and they hate ambiguity. So our brains just work quickly and fill in missing pieces. Just like if you were to think about a doctor, what your brain is doing unconsciously, quickly, and automatically is bringing up these related concepts. You might not agree that doctors are compassionate and wealthy, but we learn these associations in this culture. And when we practice them, simply by living in the culture, these associations are activated automatically and unconsciously, even when you're not aware of it. So you might ask, well, who cares? The reason we should care about this is once these concepts are activated, even when that happens unconsciously, it influences the way that we interpret ambiguous behaviors, ambiguous information, and the way that we act. Let me give you another example. If I were to show you this picture below the level of conscious awareness, so if you weren't even aware that you had seen a picture like this, and then I asked you to complete this word fragment, the way you completed it would likely change depending on the photo that you saw, even when you're not aware that you've seen a photo. Again, this is the way our brains work. We respond to stimuli when we're not aware of it because otherwise we couldn't function every day. Let me give you one final example before turning to race. It shouldn't matter when you're interpreting or whether you're deciding if you like a stranger or not. It shouldn't matter whether you're drinking a warm beverage or a cold beverage. It shouldn't matter at all. And yet, because of the way our brains work, when you're holding a warm beverage, what your brain is doing, and you're not aware of it, it is quickly and unconsciously and automatically calling up concepts related to warmth, including warm personality traits. So none of you know me, and I see, unfortunately, that you're drinking water, because if you were drinking coffee, you'd be much more likely to like me and view me as a warm person. It's true. Versus when you're drinking something cold. Once again, this is the way our minds work. Quickly, automatically, and unconsciously. I'll give you one more example. If you had a picture of eyes looking at you, people are much more likely to comply with an honor system, for instance, of paying for beverages. They are more likely to pay when there's a picture of eyes versus flowers in a room. Again, it's because of the way our minds work. So what does this have to do about race? If you saw this guy walking down the street versus this person driving down the street, you come to quick, automatic judgments. You might not even be aware that you're making these judgments, but your unconscious mind is. Because what happens is we categorize people immediately. Within milliseconds, all of you commissioners, your brain is trying to categorize me first by race and then by gender. So I'll just let you know I'm African American and Korean to put your minds at rest. But that's what your minds are doing right now. Then we apply attributes to that category. And attributes like stereotypes, which are our beliefs about groups, and attitudes, which are the way we feel about groups. And social psychologists have found over the past 3 decades that most of us, regardless of our race, Most of us, regardless of our race, unconsciously and automatically associate young black men with criminality, dangerousness, and violence. It doesn't matter whether you consciously believe that or not. Our unconscious minds teach us these associations because we live in this society. In fact, children as young as 6 have anti-black biases already. And when you ask, how could that possibly be? How could children that young have these biases? It's because they learn them by growing up in this culture, watching the local TV news, watching cartoons and sitcoms, in fact, also help us practice these negative associations. And the reason I'm going to focus most on the negative associations with African Americans is because the social science tests that unconscious association the most. We call these biases implicit, it's just a fancy name for unconscious, and we call them bias because it's both positive and negative. It can influence us both positively and negatively, and that's why we see these racial disparities, because it's not always about unconscious biases against people of color. But as I'll talk about, these biases can also be caused by unconscious white favoritism, are the ways in which we treat whites more favorably in our unconscious minds. And I'll talk about studies that demonstrate that. Now, these unconscious biases, both positive and negative, strengthen over time. The most important piece that I leave you with here is that people who are consciously egalitarian can still be influenced by these unconscious biases. And so, although we heard a lot about personnel decisions and about screening individuals, which is incredibly important to do, the message that I want to leave you with at the end is focusing just on individual behaviors is insufficient to reduce the impact of these biases. You have to think more structurally and institutionally. What are the types of mechanisms that we can put in place within a department that deals with negative interactions between communities of color and the police? And by that, I mean, are there things that are being done at the LAPD, like measuring officer behavior by the number of arrests made, measuring officer behavior by the field investigation cards that are turned in, measuring officers and whether they're going to be promoted by the same numbers of arrests made, etc. The reason that's important is because it can lead to behaviors that place police officers in negative contacts with members of the community, and that's the occasion when these biases can have the most influence. So let me talk about some of the effects of these biases on behavior. I'm going to skip over the slides about the implicit association test, although I encourage everyone to take it because it's one way of demonstrating whether or not you personally might have these unconscious racial biases. But let me skip forward to some of the tests that demonstrate the real-world impact of implicit bias. A couple studies that have been done by social psychologists demonstrate that simply thinking about crime is sufficient to activate unconscious, negative, anti-black biases in most people, including police officers. And as a result of thinking about crime, people's attention is drawn to African Americans who are present in the environment, to African American faces. So you can think of that as a type of unconscious racial profiling. This is the only other study that I'll mention quickly. Unconscious bias can influence the way we interpret ambiguous behaviors. So in one study, subjects were brought into the lab and they watched two actors. They didn't realize these were two actors, but they watched two individuals engaged in a discussion, and eventually one individual shoved the other. And the subjects had the option at the end of rating this behavior as playful and dramatic or as aggressive and violent. And the researchers switched the race of the pusher and the pushee to see if it would influence the perceptions of this ambiguous behavior, and they found that it did. When both of the individuals in the video were white, Only 13% of the subjects viewed that shove as being aggressive. When both were black, that identical shove was viewed by 69% of individuals as being violent and aggressive. When the white individual was the aggressor, the black individual was the victim, 17% viewed that shove as aggressive. But when you switched the races and the black individual was the victim and the white individual was the black individual was the aggressor and the white individual was the victim, that number went up to 75% of individuals who viewed that identical shove as being aggressive and violent. So you can imagine how this might play out on the street in terms of the ways in which officers and civilians view ambiguous behaviors engaged in by blacks versus whites. The identical behavior is viewed as more dangerous when blacks are involved than when whites are involved. And because I mentioned implicit white favoritism, I'm just going to skip forward to show you this slide. What social psychologists have found is that when individuals see the identical, I'm not going to skip forward because actually this is an important point. In this study, social psychologists were shown a face, subjects were shown a face of either a black individual, a white individual, or no face at all. And this was done subliminally, so you weren't even aware that you had seen a photo at all. But the reason they did this is they wanted to see what was activated in your unconscious when you see a black face, a white face, or no face at all. Then they showed you frames of objects, and they say to the subjects, stop the frame when you can identify the object. Sometimes the objects were crime-related, sometimes they weren't. So that's the first object that all of you saw. Here's what they found. When you saw no faces at all and an iron, something not related to crime, it took you about 13 frames to identify that object. If you saw a black face or you saw a white face, it didn't matter. It was about 23 frames. The differences are statistically insignificant. But here's what happens when you see a white face. When you see a white face, when you see no face at all and it's a crime-related object, like a gun, it still takes 23 frames. Now, when you see a black face, look how much more quickly you can identify a weapon. It took about 17 frames when you saw a black face. You're quicker to identify weapons after you see a black face because it brings to the forefront of your memory everything related to criminality and violence, versus if you see a white face, it takes many more frames because whites are not associated with criminality, they are associated with innocence. This is why it is easier to recognize or think you recognize criminality when someone is black versus white. It's actually more difficult. So I'm going to skip over some of these other, because of the interest of time, some of these other effects of unconscious bias. But as in sum, these biases influence our behaviors too. So they influence our behaviors and our judgments below the level of conscious awareness. We are not even aware that unconscious biases are influencing us. And in interactions, the way that can play out is social psychologists have found that we act more aggressively as a result of unconscious racial biases. And when you're interacting with someone, and you're acting more aggressively without realizing, they mirror your behaviors. And the whole situation can escalate, and you're not even aware that you started it because you are acting in this unfriendly and aggressive way. So what can we do about the impact of these biases on our behaviors and judgments? The first thing, it's important to understand what increases the effect of these biases on our behaviors, and this type of environment is exactly the type of environment that most police officers work in. Stress, time pressure, multitasking, enormous discretion, making judgments on ambiguous behaviors, and incomplete data. When behaviors are not ambiguous, we are not influenced as much by unconscious bias. It's in those areas where we see something we're not quite sure if it's criminal or not that these biases will influence us, causing us to view behaviors of blacks with more suspicion and whites with more innocence, which can then explain some of the racial disparities that we have. Good intentions don't reduce implicit bias, although it's important. Suppression and avoidance, what I mean by that is pretending to be colorblind. None of us are colorblind. Unconsciously, we are not colorblind. And so you cannot be colorblind, because if you're colorblind, then you are not going to do what it takes to be more careful, to reduce the impact of these biases on your behaviors and judgments. Self-perceived objectivity also increases the effect of unconscious bias, because, once again, you are not being careful about the ways in which you are making judgments. Two ways to reduce the impact of these biases. The first is individual. How do we debias ourselves? I'm not going to talk about that today. That's incredibly difficult to do. I think the second is more important. How do you break the link between behaviors and implicit racial bias? And an important point here is officers could be acting based on unconscious bias, even conscious bias, but let's talk about unconscious bias. What's important is they may still be acting lawfully. That's the problematic piece. They may still be following the Fourth Amendment and other laws that exist, even when their behaviors are influenced by both conscious and unconscious bias, which is why the focus, I think, must be on departments and putting systems in place that will help to reduce the impact of these biases. Individual officer testing, while important, is not as important as changing the institutional structures, figuring out what is occurring within the police department that places officers in situations that allow them to act on their unconscious biases. That's what most organizations need to do, not just police departments. So increasing awareness of unconscious bias through training, critically important, but insufficient. It's important, but not enough. The awareness piece is just to say, now you're aware of the influence of unconscious biases on your behaviors and judgments, and now it's time to think about what can we do within police departments to reduce their influence now that you know that this influence might happen. So what are some incentives to engage in negative ways with the community? And again, by that, I'm talking about things like, and I don't know how the LAPD measures behaviors on the street, but I know other departments measure behaviors by the number of tickets written, field investigation cards done, et cetera. Those types of ways of measuring officer behavior can actually increase unconscious bias, because you're creating incentives for officers to go out there and engage in behaviors that community members view as problematic, including aggressive stops and frisks. Police conduct, as I mentioned, may be lawful but problematic. So let me quickly just list, in the minute I have, some other things that can be done within the departments, both individually and institutionally. As I mentioned before, doubting one's objectivity is one of the most important pieces, because it makes you more careful. Increasing your motivation to be fair. That includes things like what incentives exist within the department for officer behaviors that are positive. It's much easier to measure things like arrests and field investigation cards and summonses than it is to measure, here's an officer who engages in positive ways with the community. How do you create incentives within police departments to encourage that type of behavior? Improving conditions of decision making. When reviewing complaints, for instance, have a checklist of the things that you always ask, the things that you always do, because otherwise you will change the criteria you use depending on, can I just finish this final? Okay. You will change the criteria you use based on unconscious bias. There are studies that demonstrate that. When someone is white, you might change that criteria because you don't believe that person did something wrong, versus if the suspect is black, you are more likely to view his or her behaviors as being suspicious and potentially criminal. So you have to create the criteria in advance. And when you're looking at that criteria that you create, you also need to look at the criteria and determine whether those criteria themselves are biased in some way. Creating checklists can also help to make sure that you're applying the same criteria to individuals regardless of their race or other characteristics. Individuation, all that means is get more information, not less. When you're about to conduct a stop and frisk, for instance, gather more information. Wait a little bit, because otherwise you are more likely to view ambiguous behaviors as being suspicious when the individual is a person of color. Data gathering. Critically important, because we don't know when we are affected by our unconscious biases. The only way to know is to do things like gather data, like we just heard about in this report. That is the only way to signal that there is a problem. In addition to that, gathering data includes talking to community members and hearing what they have to say, because that can also increase our knowledge about the types of behaviors that may be influenced by both conscious and unconscious bias. Slowing down decision-making, again, that makes you more careful as you're trying to determine if something is suspicious or not. Accountability, another critical piece. If you have to explain as an individual officer why there might be racial disparities in your stop data, for instance, you will be more careful. Being more careful reduces the impact of these biases. Finally, I'm going to end with positive contacts with members of the community and becoming familiar with members of the community. That reduces the ability of stereotypes, negative stereotypes and positive stereotypes, from influencing behaviors and judgments. And this includes then figuring out ways to reward officers who engage in positive ways with community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, next is Mr. Peter Biebring from the ACLU of Southern California.
Thank you, Commissioners. In light of Professor Richardson's presentation, I would invite you to have a cup of coffee before I begin.
Is your mic on?
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Thank you for convening this meeting to address this crucial topic. I wanted to start by just acknowledging the importance of not only this issue, but the importance of the fact that the Department and the Commission has chosen to hold this meeting today to address this topic, to invite speakers from outside the department in to discuss the issue. The department has a history of racial disparities and a history of community concern over racial profiling, over bias, and seldom has the department initiated a discussion like this one. And this kind of openness to concern about the issue, openness to public input, and embrace of a way forward is going to be crucial in addressing the issue. So I wanted to, at this outset, just describe what I'm going to talk about. I want to briefly talk about the history of disparities in the LAPD, what the data tells us. And I want to be clear from the beginning that I'm doing this certainly to show that there is a problem in this department that needs to be addressed. This is an issue that we need to take seriously. It's not just a perception problem. But I also want to be clear that I'm doing this not to single out LAPD. This is a problem that is endemic to policing in America, and many departments are not engaging in the kind of discussion that we're engaging in today. So I wanted to start there. I wanted to talk about some of the changes to state law around data and data collection that will be coming down the pike and will influence the way that the department has to address this problem, and then to talk a little bit about what the department should do. So I wanted to start with the racial disparities, the history of racial disparities at the department. And some of this is referenced in the department's written report. Under the federal consent decree that was in effect from 2001 to 2009, this department was required to do several things. addition to changing its racial profiling policy, the department was required to collect very detailed data about each and every stop it made, not only who was stopped, when and where, but what happened on that stop, whether people were pulled out of a car, whether they were subjected to frisks or to searches, what the result of those frisks and searches were, whether the person was cited, warned, or arrested. The department conducted a single analysis of that data of the years from 2003 to 2004. Now, when the data was first collected, it was evident that there were significant racial disparities, that African Americans in particular, and to a lesser extent Latinos in Los Angeles, are much more likely to be subject to stops, to be subject to frisks once they're stopped, searches. But the question is whether that is in any way justified by some kind of legitimate public safety interest. The department's analysis, which was mentioned in the report in 2016, the description in the department's report was that the analysis concluded that there was no bias, and that's not quite true. The analysis concluded that there was no intentional bias, and I could have told you that from the outset, that any analysis of statistical data will never conclude that a department shows intentional bias. Statistics are very good at showing presumptions, but they don't show what's in the mind of the people who are acting. Nonetheless, the data that was collected throughout the consent decree shows significant racial disparities, and I'm going to talk about those in a second. The ACLU released a report in 2008 with Professor Ian Ayers, which actually looked at the data in a slightly different way to see whether the disparities were justified by any valid law enforcement purpose, looking at controls for local crime rates, controls for local economic conditions. That report found that the disparities were unjustified in every respect, that there was no explanation, no legitimate explanation for the rate at which African Americans and Latinos were overstopped, over-frisked, over-searched. However, in 2009, when the consent decree requirement for data collection ended, the department stopped collecting data, at least on the post-stop outcomes. So they pared down from a very rich data set that said a great deal about what happened during the course of a stop to a very limited data set about who was stopped, when and where, and whether there was some kind of post-stop action. The data from 2003 to 2014 shows consistent levels of racial disparities, and I want to go through this a little bit. Forgive me, I'm committing the cardinal sin of talking about data without a slide. I'll try to talk slowly and with as few numbers as possible. Suffice it to say that when the consent decree started in 2003, African Americans, according to the data, were about 3 times as likely as, compared to whites to be asked to exit their car, to be frisked, to be asked to consent to a search, and to be searched. It wasn't quite 3 times for the asked to exit or search. Latinos, the disparities were a little bit lower, 2.5 times as likely. By 2008, the end of the consent decree, those disparities for African Americans had increased. Blacks were then more than 3 times likely than whites to be asked to exit, to be subjected to a frisk, to be asked to subject to a consent search, or to be searched. The disparities for Latinos had reduced from about 2.5 times that of whites, the rate of whites for each of those, to about 1.5 times, but they were still present. In 2014, the last year for which the department posts data on its website, those disparities are unchanged for African Americans. Blacks remain more than 3 times as likely to be stopped than whites. We don't know about the post-op data, but they remain more than 6 times as likely to be subjected to pedestrian stops compared to whites. And the overall stop rate of pedestrian and vehicle stops in Los Angeles is equivalent to essentially to 1 in 3 African Americans in the city of Los Angeles could be expected to be subject to a stop. I think it's instructive also to compare the rates at which LAPD stops individuals to the rates of New York Police Department at the height of stop and frisk. At the height of stop and frisk, NYPD stopped 685,000 people in 2011, and that was a program that was ended. The number of stops was cut by a factor of nearly 10, and ended up in a court order finding that that program was unconstitutional. But if you compare LAPD, their number of stops per officer is actually higher. Their number of pedestrian stops per officer is actually higher than New York PD's during the height of stop and frisk. Wow. At the height of stop and frisk, New York Police Department conducted 19.85 stops per officer based on their 35,000 officers. Throughout from 2003, 2008, and 2014, LA conducted 21, 24, and 24 stops per officer. So for more than a decade, we have been conducting pedestrian stops at least a per officer rate that's higher than LAPD. Now that's not...
What about on a per capita rate?
That is not the per capita rate. The per capita rate for 2003 and 2008 and 2014 is about two-thirds in 2003 at 64% of the rate of New York Police Department at the height of stop and frisk. In 2008, it's 77% per capita per resident of LA. In 2014, it is 72%. So LAPD is not stopping people at quite the rate of New York Police Department at the very highest year of stop and frisk, but it's pretty close. And obviously there are differences in the program, there are differences in the policies that govern the program, but I think that one of the most important takeaway lessons here is that stops, the department conducts an incredible number of stops. So when we talk about the disparities, the racial disparities, that shows an incredible weight of policing that is falling on black and brown communities that are subject to stops, that are subject to frisks and searches at a much, much higher rate than whites, and not just at a higher rate, but they're just subject to an incredible number of stops and have been for more than a decade. Now, I said that in 2009, the department pared back its data collection so that it was no longer looking at what was happening on stops once they occurred, what sort of actions were happening on stops. First of all, I want to point out that's a contrary trend to the department embraces data collection, right? You guys use data to guide deployment decisions, to guide programs. You are pioneers in CompStat and predictive policing. There's a role for data in equality and justice as well. And the state has actually embraced that. In 2015, the legislature passed the Racial Identity Profiling Act of 2015, which, among other things, will require detailed data collection for every department across the country on both traffic and pedestrian stops. Detailed post-stop data of the kind this department was collecting under the consent decree but has since abandoned. This department's collection requirements will start on January 1st, 2018. The data will be public. It'll be submitted to the DOJ, and so it'll be public and out there. There is a board that's created by the legislation that will analyze that data across the state. And in combination with similar legislation that requires reporting of use of force incidents, serious use of force incidents, there is promise from that legislation that it will illuminate biases in policing within individual departments and also shed light on practices that can cause disparities or reduce them. But there's still a lot that this department can do outside that legislation. And let me first say, look, the training that this department has adopted is an important step. I think Professor Richardson's presentation illustrates how enormous the consequences of implicit bias can be, and this department has embraced sophisticated implicit bias training. And those biases influence an officer's interpretations, the interpretations on which they rely for their decision making. They play into decisions to stop, to decisions to frisk, to search, and to use force, and it's important to address those. But it's not enough. Neither are the changes the department has made for diversity. or to the racial profiling investigations. Those reforms are important. They are valuable, but they are not going to be sufficient. What the department needs to do is to look at the department practices using the data that is going to be collected. In 2009, respectfully, the department looked away from this problem by stopping to collect the data. State law is going to require that we look back at it. Now, I will tell you, I don't know the right answer. I think Professor Richardson's presentation indicates she doesn't know the right answer exactly. There are a menu of possibilities of interventions to reduce bias. Some of those are in individual officers. Some of those are in management decisions about deployment, about enforcement priorities. Are we going to use community-based policing, real community-based policing? Are we going to use saturation policing techniques? Are we going to use gang units? Are there problems in individual divisions? These are answers that the data can provide. We need to treat this like we would treat a social science problem, like climate change, like an epidemic, and use the data to figure out what the causes are and what the solutions are. There are some things this department can do. There's no requirement in state law that the department analyze its own data, the data that it's reporting to the state. But the department can and should do that. It should commit to a comprehensive analysis of the data on an annual basis to try to look for solutions. Not just to look, it should look for individual officers that are outliers in racial disparities, for divisions or shifts that are outliers, but it should also use that to guide its own management practices, to look for programs that give rise to greater racial disparities or particular assignments or policing tactics. The department can also fold stop data into its early warning system to find outliers, again, individual officers, shifts, divisions that may be engaged, may be influenced by implicit bias, or may be engaged in a particular practice that creates greater than normal disparities that has nothing to do with the bias of individual officers. It can do that. That technology has been used by other departments and is not prohibitively expensive. RAND has designed that system, and it's been deployed in Cleveland and in I believe, in New York as well. The other thing that the department should do, just very briefly, is keep doing this. Keep engaging in a public process and bring the public into the solution to racial profiling. Continue to hear from the public about the nature of the problem and from their perspective and the possible solutions. So, in light of the time, I will.
Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Mr. President, we will now move to the community-invited speakers. First will be Ms. Angelica Salas, Executive Director, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. Looks like we have a replacement for Ms. Salas. Would you please introduce yourself, sir? Thank you.
My name is Joseph Villela with Chirla, Policy Director with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. Angelica would like to send her, unfortunately she was not able to make it due to a personal issue.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. Like I said, my name is Joseph Villela. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy with Chirla, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. Chirla is a grassroots organization based in Los Angeles. We have been in business for more than 30 years. And we applaud first the invitation. We applaud what the Commission has been doing in regards to issuing this report. And most recently, we applaud Chief Beck's recent comments in regards to the ongoing commitment to the immigrant community in regards to not asking for immigration status as LAPD does its business. As it relates to the report, I think some of the findings were not surprising to us, and I think that's related to national data that we also found. First, we are encouraged in some of the areas, especially in the community survey, of how folks feel about LAPD engagement, how they feel in regards to public safety. However, if you look at the total percentage of individuals that, for instance, responded in regards to the approval of LAPD, if you combine communities of colors, that means Latinos, blacks, and Asians, you found that the majority of them do not approve that. So we look at the totality, not only from the Latino community, but from the African American community, the Asian community, and the communities of color in total. And so if you combine those, then that means that there's a room for improvement in regards to the perception of those communities towards LAPD. In addition to that, we also look whether Angelinos feel safe. Again, we combine the number of respondents of communities of colors, Latinos, Asians, and African Americans, and the majority of them, if you add those numbers, they don't feel safe. And that's consistent to national data that we have. I'm going to point out to, for instance, the University of Illinois in 2012, they did a survey in 3 major cities, New York, Chicago, and LA, specifically on the undocumented immigrants. This is when Secure Communities was a program developed by ICE, was at its height. And in that study, which was a survey, they found that 70% of undocumented immigrants were afraid of reporting any crime. 70%. In addition to that, they found that 50% of those who were native were also afraid of reporting any crime or did not have trust in law enforcement. This is consistent to what we have also seen after 9/11, in which the federal government has been using, in our perception, and misusing resources at the local level to do some of its work, and specifically in regards to immigration enforcement. Now, before, you have programs such as 287G, in which there was actually an MOU between local law enforcement and ICE to do its work and deputize that. Now what we have is automated systems in which the federal government is selling that for public safety, you only have to share data and nothing's going to happen. Secure Communities prove that to be wrong, and the recent programs that have been developed also are wrong in that end. The other thing that I also like to point out about the double jeopardy in our analysis that immigrants face in regards to interaction with law enforcement. What do I mean by that? For instance, immigrant youth. Immigrant youth who may be eligible for deferred action or DACA, if they're being labeled as a gang or they're part of the Cal Gang database, unfortunately, they will not be able to apply for deferred action. And on top of that, they are on top of the priority list to be deported. And so the issue of being mislabeled as a gang member, which then, you don't have to have a conviction at all, then that potentially has the negative consequences of applying for immigration relief. And that's critical for us. That's why we were happy that Governor Brown signed a bill by Assemblywoman Weber that trying to limit how these databases are being implemented, at least have some oversight. Furthermore, we know the fact that there's even a potential for someone who being charged and there's no charges being dismissed, that has a negative consequence. And I think that's why we've been very vocal and trying to educate law enforcement that if, just the fact that there's a charge in someone's record for immigration purposes, that put them in deportation proceedings. I will echo the comments by the previous speaker, in which we strongly believe that this is the right way to gain the trust of communities of colors. And at Chirla, we've been at the low end when we had a low trust with law enforcement, meaning the May 1st rally that we had in MacArthur Park, in which everything, we had to reset our relationship with LAPD. And I think we have also seen improvements in which we have Chief Beck calling us every time that there's a big national news, and having him remind and commit and renew the commitment to immigrant communities about his job. Having said that, I do feel, and as Chirla, we believe that the policies that this commission can recommend to City Council and what internally can be done should be done more. As an example, for instance, the current procedures at the department personnel indicate that personnel may not use race, religion, color, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, or disability while conducting law enforcement. We strongly believe that we need to add citizenship into that category. The state of California, for instance, in 2015, passed a bill by Senator Pan, Senate Bill 600, in which they add citizenship as into our state Civil Rights Act, in which means that no business can discriminate based on citizenship. We strongly believe that that has to be part of this conversation here. In addition to that, in 2015, LA Times reported that there were about 1,300 complaints were filed, but not a single one was acted upon. And that was LA Times, and then you have also a report by the NPR. And so when you have two different medias, which at times they don't see one another, reporting on the same issue, we strongly believe that there has to be more transparency in regards to whether there's a complaint. How do we make sure that we communicate to communities who are making those complaints that we're going to take them seriously? Not to say something against LAPD, but this is just, from a transparency purposes and the way that immigrant communities feel that or might see this is an issue to us. Lastly, I would like to echo some of the other comments by the previous speaker that LAPD and the Commission need to go beyond AB 953 in analyzing its own data before putting that to the state. And that will be, bringing more transparency to the community. Lastly, in regards to training, I think it's also important to recognize that we have immigrants that their first language is not Spanish, that they have dialects, and so how do we deal with that? Lastly, I'd like to also remind folks about the great work that we've done with LAPD, Special Order 7, which dealt with car impoundments. That was before the state acted on car impoundments, and I think that's the credit to Chief Beck. And lastly, the ongoing effort and reassurance on a Special 40. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Alfonso Aguilar, representing the Community Coalition of South Los Angeles.
Good morning.
Good morning. So once again, my name is Alfonso Aguilar. I'm sorry about that. And I am a member of Community Coalition. I was born and I was raised in South LA. I come here to talk to you guys about the experiences I have lived. Better? Okay, perfect. I'm here to talk about the experiences I have witnessed in my community for the 19 years that I've been a part of it. As a 5'11" Latino male, I have always wear baggy clothing due to the fact that it's hard to find clothing that actually fits me the way it should. I have been judged my whole life because of the way I look and where I live. And the media portrays people that look like me are not always, let's just say, friendly. Black and Latinos youth have to combat this image every single day as part of South LA, and not just South LA, but every other community as well. As a young person, I have been involved with Community Coalition's SEIA program. I was developed as a leader to not just change my school, but not just my school, but my entire community as well. In LAUSD, Latino students are 2 times as likely to get suspended than their white peers, and African Americans are 6 times as likely to get suspended. While I was a student at Fremont High School, I saw students getting suspended for minor things as bringing a hat to school, talking back to a teacher, or even just forgetting their notebook or textbook at home. I'm not saying that talking back to a teacher should be allowed, but there's other things besides suspension to get to the root cause of what's happening with this student and why did they decide to act the way they act. We didn't think it was right for students to lose critical learning time just because of minor things as willful defiance. I believe teachers suspended students because they already viewed us a specific way coming into schools, especially like my high school, John C. Fremont High School. They already came in thinking a specific thing for what they've seen on the media or being in any a city in my school. Sorry. A lot of my friends were getting suspended and kicked out for quote unquote acting out. And willfully defiance doesn't really have a definition. It depends on what the teacher, him or her, decide is willful defiance. I believe the same thing is with police officers. They have an image in what it means to be a black and a Latino, and it's easier to use their authority to suppress us than to be real and get to the root cause of what's going on. I was a student leader, and I have met with elected officials all the time, but also walking home on a day-to-day to go to school or going home, I was stopped. I was stopped by the same police officer more than twice in broad daylight, frisking me and asking me the same questions. Where are you going? Do you have anything you shouldn't have? Why are you walking alone? Where are you going? Are you gang affiliated? Questions asked by the same officer over and over again. The message the police sends to the youth and my community is that they do not care about us, that we are just, let's just say we are just their paycheck to make sure that everything goes as smoothly as they say it should be. And honestly, the police cannot do their jobs if the community cannot trust them. Community Coalition has worked with my peers and our community members for years to figure out what solutions that we feel should be in the police system. At Community Coalition, we organize residents to find out the solutions, and we always find out the solutions by figuring out the root cause of every single problem. One of them is education and keeping families together to make sure that no one else falls into the prison system. The second one is giving young people safe spaces to go from school, because having somewhere to go will keep them out of trouble. And that's very hard in our community when students don't feel safe walking out of their home just to go to school. They won't feel any safer going to the park to play basketball or to play anything. For them, it's I'm gonna just go to school and go home because I could walk out and today could be my last day. LAUSD should work to partner with our community. Sorry, LAPD. LAPD needs to change their reputation in my community. Because in my community, LAPD is not seen as a protection force. It's seen as a force that's just there to dominate. Officers need to get off their cars and actually start talking to the people in our community. They need to get to know us. We are working together to keep our community safe, and we should get to know each other. Officers need to commit to working in communities for a couple of years before, so they could get to know the members, to get to know what the community is like. Having an officer come by just for 6 months doesn't help out whatsoever, since they just keep on coming in and they come in already having a bad image of communities like South Los Angeles. One of the biggest ones is we need to stop sending officers from other communities into our neighborhood for special operations. That doesn't help out whatsoever. It just makes us feel less than what we already feel with the community that we are already in. I work every day to make my neighborhood better. I am not the exception. I am the rule. If a police officer doesn't appreciate the people or the culture of any community, they shouldn't be working and be a part of that community. LAPD cannot make a safer community without us. The people have to be the center of the solution. We have to be the center of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, our next presenter is Mr. Pete White from the Los Angeles Community Action Network.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning. So my name is Pete White with the Los Angeles Community Action Network, and for our presentation this morning, we're definitely going to give a bit more context to how we arrive at this place, but as well at the end, give a few policy recommendations that cut a bit differently than the ways in which we've talked this morning. I think, first of all, much of the initial work that needs to be done by this commission is actually restoring policy giveaways made by a John Mack-led commission at the urging of his good friend Chief Bratton for the political advancement of then Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and now Mayor Eric Garcetti. I think that needs to be said. Commissioner Hill, I think you are correct in assuming that the community does not trust the ways complaints, racial profiling, and other complaints are handled and resolved by the LAPD. We certainly can't trust a process that routinely ends in findings of unfounded and unsustained 100% of the time. In our extensive exchange and policy conversations with former commissioners, police chiefs, inspector generals, and of course Richard T. Fink, who outlasts all of y'all all the time, during the height of the department's attempt to get out of the consent decree, we pulled apart this complaint system. We gathered community data, academic data, as well as department data to figure out how to knock down the firewall, the blue wall of silence, if you will, starting from the questionable first contact made by the LAPD with community residents to the final determination made by the department about that interaction. We stood with Inspector General Andre Barot when he consistently challenged the ways in which this department boldly and in many ways called the community liars in their experiences of being racially profiled and targeted by the LAPD. Oddly enough, John Mack, Commission President, and the most outspoken person on the Commission on this issue would later join in the process to simply rename racial profiling, call it bias policing, and then remove it as a category of complaint. That is important. Interesting enough, the policy was adopted after a secret recording by the Department of Justice inside of Central Division capturing officers complaining that they could not do their jobs without racially profiling residents. I'm gonna say that again. So the Department of Justice, during the time that they were here, during the consent decree, had a secret recording in Central Division in downtown Los Angeles where they caught LAPD officers complaining to their higher-ups that they could not do their jobs without racially profiling. And that story, of course, broke in the LA Times. The resulting policy after that break included an alternative complaint resolution process in coordination with the city attorney's office, mediation between parties. Because at that time, they felt, the department and the city attorney, that if we just got in the same room and talked about our experiences, somehow it would change. Of course, that's not true. It is also important to note that this policy was passed in 2009 and that all complaints 5 years prior to 2009, 2008 were also 100% unsustained and unfounded, right? And so while we come together and have these conversations, we continue, and this is crazy because my phone we continue to find and have the same experience. The policy recommendations for this first part are threefold. First, immediately restore the term racial profiling to the category of complaints. It is important to document accurately the perceptions and realities held by residents if you are truly interested in transparency and accountability on the part of the department. That's one. Number two, investigate the public health consequences of not adequately addressing the issue of racial profiling. Researchers from Harvard Medical and other institutions have shown that stop and frisk programs, racial profiling, actually induce post-traumatic stress disorder in their Black and Latino targets. It is a public issue, it's a public health issue. And then lastly, view a rigorous, this is for you, to view a rigorous anti-racial profiling policy as a life-saving public health intervention to interrupt the killings of Black and brown people at the hands of the LAPD. It is no mystery that racial profiling is the gateway to civil liberty violations, human rights violation, and as we see time and time again, death at the hands of LAPD police officers. Let's not make this Groundhog Day. Let's just not sit around and continue to talk about this, but let's do something different.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, if we could please stop the time. Can we just put this in the slide show, this memory stick?
Can we see it?
Is there, can we show something on the screen, please?
Can we get some assistance?
We would have needed that before the meeting to do that. So continue on with the
then
presentation.
can I pass this out to you? Just take for the commissioners. This is some internal emails from the department that we want to put out there that how the department really works. So first of all, as Pete White had said, that we need to check our language, and however much linguistic judo we engage in, biased policing is racial profiling. Let's call it what it is. Secondly, we have to ground this conversation in our understanding and analysis in the larger universe of LAPD, its history, its institutional culture, its programs, its tactics, its enforcements, its governance, its leadership, its oversight, on and on. What I've passed to you is your internal email from Richard Teefank to the Commission in response to a letter we had sent about investigating the sabotaging of the consent decree when antennas were broken off by 92 patrol cars out of 300. In this, Richard Teefank says, and I quote, that it was an abdication of responsibility by command staff to take action and hold people accountable. Let me repeat that. It was an abdication of responsibility by command staff to take action and hold people accountable. So that is your own executive director of the Commission saying that your command staff constantly abdicates or is abdicating its responsibility. Second document you have is an x-ray of the LAPD. It lists between 2012 and 2014 30,782 allegations, which includes biased policing, insubordination, gender bias, domestic violence, sexual misconduct, failure to report misconduct, neglect of duty, unbecoming conduct. Unbecoming conduct is 6,637. That's another piece that we need to lift up and see that when you look at the x-ray of this department, it is a diseased body, and that needs to be raised. Thirdly, we also need to lift the issue of racialized surveillance. When you have programs like suspicious activity reporting, when you have programs like predictive policing, when you have high-tech surveillance going on, bias is inherent in that system. Yeah. Lastly, I want to lift the issue of the mediation process. Your own department at Stuart Maisland was there. We spoke at a police commission meeting, and he agreed that the mediation process is an arbitration process. It completely disempowers the people. It completely takes powers away. It is fundamentally an arbitration process. So where do we go? Our demand is very clear. Stop using racialized surveillance. Immediately stop and dismantle the suspicious activity reporting program. You're not only doing that, you are providing a license to racially profile to communities as well through the iWatch program. We've seen that in the audits. We've seen that in the results. Last year's audit showed that 30% of these counterterrorism files were open on the black community. In the gender count, there were 50% black women. This is going to continue because bias is inherent in this policing. Bias is inherent in this program. Bias is what guides these programs, and that's why we're racial profiling.
Thank you for your presentation.
Mr. President, our next presenter is Reverend K.W. Toulis from the National Action Network. Reverend Toulis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
National Action Network is one of our leading civil rights organizations throughout this country. We have worked diligently around these issues, not only here in Los Angeles, but throughout the nation. We wholeheartedly agree with all the community groups that have testified this morning. We believe that today's hearings will lead, hopefully, to some changes around this area of police bias. Racial profiling has a devastating effect on our community. And it begins actually with our young people, and it follows us all the way through our adulthood. These practices cause us community members simply not to trust police department. I can care less of whatever report you put out in reference to the police department relationship with the community. The reality is that most of those reports are with individuals that you have some sort of relationship with. The reality is many of our young people and many of our community, we fear the police and we fear interactions with police because of racial profiling. Profiling takes an emotional toll on our community. If we look at the 2011 report of the American Psychological Association, it found that African Americans are the ones that are suffering with distress, physical pain, anxiety, sensitivity because of their encounters with law enforcement officers. Last year, as they studied the New York Stop and Frisk program, which our organization was behind the stoppage in New York City, We recognize, again, the high level of stress and anxiety and trauma that was caused to communities of colors throughout this world. We might not have the policy of a stop and frisk, but we do have an invisible policy of racial profiling that we see that have a devastating effect on our community. If you want to see how our community respond to situations like this, I would challenge you to look back at 1992 in the face of the rebellion here in Los Angeles. Many of those who was out in the streets was disgusted in the way of the relationship that the police encountered with our communities. Today, I want to share a little bit of my time with our policy director, Attorney Rashida Kilpatrick, and one of our young brothers that's a part of National Action Network, JT. Rashida.
Hi, thanks for having us here in this important discussion. I think when Reverend Tillis and I talked about what we would talk about today, one of the things that we wanted to emphasize is the fact that the current relationship between our community members and police officers make it almost impossible for there to be good community policing within our neighborhoods. Our youth, and not just youth, our grown-ups, everyone is scared of the police. They're scared to interact with the police. And there's been many, many reports that show why. Reverend Tillis and I talked a bit about the American Psychological Association's report, but we also know the report that came out in 2014 that said that young youth, African American youth, are often perceived as being older. They're often perceived as being wrong. They're often perceived as being more violent. I think Professor Richardson displayed very well how some of that is unconscious. Even if we want to directly address that for people who are being overtly racist, we have to also address the fact that sometimes people aren't doing this purposely, but it affects us all just the same. A lot of when they come to talk to us at the policy, and we're talking about policies and we're talking about how to make change, a lot of people don't want officers to come to our meetings. We're unable to have a hand-in-hand way of looking at things because people are scared of having officers within our doors because they've been stopped many times in their neighborhoods. They've been stopped in their schools. They've been stopped, they've had officers come to their homes. So we just wanted to make sure that we were able to express to you that this actually has a negative effect on both sides. We are unable to move forward with officers if there continues to be this relationship that is affected most certainly by racial profiling.
Good morning. My name is JT. I'm with the National Action Network. I'm a part of the Youth Department, director for the Western Region. I was asked to speak about my experiences with the Los Angeles Police Department. I know you might not be able to tell, but I'm in my 30s now. I grew up in Los Angeles. I was born and raised in Watts, South Central Los Angeles. If I couldn't count it on my hands and toes how many times I've been pulled over and stopped. Sometimes not cited, sometimes cited for simple things as jaywalking or riding a bike without a flashlight on it or without a helmet, numerous things. We are profiled, not just the African American community, but the Hispanic community in a wide range. I would like to see our police work more with the inner city youth and we have a senior department that works with the communities, but a lot of them don't work inside of our communities as they should. I believe that it should be pushed up to even the captains, lieutenants, and watch commanders to come out and speak and be a part of the schools, the churches, the communities inside of our communities, the different programs inside of our communities. There's a lot of things that happen inside of the communities that need to be addressed, and the police officers are at the forefront of that. We in Los Angeles, as our police department, we lead a lot of things, like they were saying in the statistics earlier. If we really got on top of the situations that we're primarily in, the world will follow. New York, Chicago, Detroit, all of them will follow us because we lead it. We lead robberies sometimes, we lead homicides, we lead a lot of things, and we need to learn that the things that we do when we put on those uniforms affect the people that we serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, our next community speaker is Ms. Kim McGill from Youth Justice Coalition. Ms. McGill.
Good morning. My name is Kim McGill from the Youth Justice Coalition. We
Good morning.
Greatly appreciate this opportunity to speak. We think that while there's been a lot of attention played at the individual officers level and what does it mean to be have implicit bias, we want to focus more on the department and what does it mean to have 168 years of implicit racism at every level, from the way people are hired to the way people are trained to the policies and the procedures that are passed. That being said, we're very concerned that this hearing didn't include all the groups that have been working on the ground to challenge mass incarceration and police violence. So we're splitting our time with Mariela Saba from the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mariela Saba of the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. I'm a founding member alongside Youth Justice Coalition, who is also a founding member. Thank you, Kim, for creating the needed space to involve and include surveillance at the forefront of this conversation. Stop LAPD Spying Coalition has been moving this conversation and making this hearing possible. So it is very symbolic of the police commission, of the police state, to erase part of the conversation when we need to have a holistic view at the police state. The coalition understands that this is not a moment in time, but a continuation of history. Policing from its very roots, from every policy, every action, every move on the street, it is grounded in racism. It is grounded in othering communities. It is grounded in protecting property, specifically white property, over people. Let's think about who is under attack today and who's been under attack yesterday and for the last many decades in this nation state. Let's think about who is considered a threat to the state. Who is criminal? And as the professor shared that presentation, we can think about all the images of black communities, Muslim communities, trans communities, women, young people, all the communities that have historically been under attack, continue to be under attack, and the police play the role in enforcing those racist laws. The police are on the ground enforcing that racist culture that permeates the fabric of this nation state. I want to imagine thinking about the communities who are undocumented in Los Angeles, thinking about the street vendors that we've worked with, and the racism that they experience on a daily basis by police who attack them, throw away their food, and target them. That's one example of how people of color, people in poverty, are targeted. And think about if they actually would report this, would they actually complain about it? No, they can't, for fear of retaliation, for fear of deportation. So of the 1,300 complaints of bias policing, racialized policing, racial profiling, identity profiling, that's just 1,300 of thousands and thousands more who did not report. and 0 were sustained. That is not a surprise, and that is not because it's difficult to prove. It is 0 sustained because it is aligned with that legacy. They are doing their job. They are doing their job, and that's why it's 0 sustained. So I'm going to pass it. I just want to name that this cannot be reformed. This is rotten at the root. And the diversity piece, that show that you all put on diversity, that is also not going to reform it. It's just like the Border Patrol that is mostly made up of brown folks. Now it's just you have brown bodies, people of color bodies, policing, doing the job of white supremacy. You can't mask it. You can't mask it. It's rotten at the root, racist at the root.
So for the Youth Justice Coalition, we're led by people who have been formerly incarcerated, formerly arrested, detained. So our comments come from people that have been both inside, behind the walls, as well as stopped and detained on the street. Our recommendations are too long for 2 minutes, but I'll do my best to start. One is that, obviously, along with the war on drugs, LA County built the war on gangs. This is a war on youth of color. It needs to be dismantled from its very roots. For us, that meant going to the state capitol because we couldn't move any policy here locally as many times as we tried, starting with meeting with Bratton and then all the way up to the current command staff as well as the police commission. We saw that when we got state law passed in the case of Senate Bill 458 that it wasn't implemented or respected by LAPD or any law enforcement across the nation. So we asked the state controller or the state auditor to do an audit and in fact proved what young people and families were saying, that it wasn't being implemented correctly and that it wasn't being implemented at all, including the fact that as many as 42 people were on the database that allegedly were put on before their first birthday, including 28 babies who, quote unquote, admitted that they were gang members. We know that hundreds of people, because of that audit, who were supposed to be taken off of gang databases were unfairly remained on. And we know that in LA County we have currently 49 injunctions covering 82 neighborhoods, by far the largest injunction zone in the world and the first county, for that matter, to create gang injunctions, and that these gang injunctions have been tools for gentrification and displacement. We know that law enforcement use of force resulting in homicide is higher in injunction zones than it is in the very same neighborhoods with the same demographics right next door. So that gang injunctions have actually increased violence. And we know that people that live in gang injunction zones also are disconnected from public housing opportunities, from employment, from contact with their own children. We still have 150,000 people in California on the gang database, and thousands of people here in LA County both on gang databases and gang injunctions. That needs to be dismantled. We know that use of force is by far the highest in LA County than any other region of the nation, although we've gotten very little attention on our use of force. We tried to get use of force data directly from LAPD. We were denied illegally. We tried to get it directly from LA County Sheriffs. We were denied illegally. We had to go to the coroner's office. Our list began with family members, our own family members and others who came to us with their stories. And in getting the coroner's data, we were able to supplement what the families were giving and have the most comprehensive list of use of force resulting in homicide going all the way back to 2000, with nearly 700 people killed in LA County alone. We know that 9% of the county is black, but 28% of those killed are black. We know that 47% of the counties, 52% of those killed are Latino. And we know that 40% of the people at least who have been killed had mental conditions. We similarly looked at the budget because we kept hearing from you and from other law enforcement leaders that LA County, LA City, LAPD was the most under-policed big city in America. We challenged this because they kept comparing LA City to New York City, which is not a fair comparison by population. So we instead compared LA City to New York City, LA County, to New York City. In LA County, we have 57 law enforcement departments. We found that, in fact, our region has the highest paid officers, among the highest in number, and by far the most militarized law enforcement in the nation. We think this is what's contributed to our over-reliance on incarceration and suppression to solve all our community problems. It also means that 52% of our budget goes to law enforcement. In this case, LAPD gets over 52% of the budget, while young people 70 times more than what young people get in this county.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up because we have other speakers. I know you ceded some of your time. If there's anything that you missed, we're happy to review anything in writing. I know you gave us a packet if there's anything else.
The last thing I would say is that if racism is extreme in the use of force in killing unarmed people, it's also extreme in the way our budget is spent. When you spent 70 times more on law enforcement than you do on young people, And when LA City has an animal control department but no youth development department and spends $13 million more a year to protect stray dogs than it does to protect black and brown youth from violence, that to me says everything about racial profiling in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Mr. President, our next speaker is Mr. Francisco Ortega from the Los Angeles City Human Relations Commission, and he is going to be joined by Commissioner Mark Rothman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're happy to be here this morning before you, and I'm going to let Commissioner Rothman make a statement before, and then I'll follow up right after.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chief Beck. Good morning, Executive Staff of the Police Commission. It's a privilege to speak with you today. You're able to hear me in the back? We don't get these kinds of crowds at Human Relations Commission meetings, but we certainly invite you to come. One of the privileges I've had as in my role as a commissioner is to attend a few cadet graduations. I've also been able to participate in ride-alongs in both squad car and in the helicopter, as well as other experiences I've had with police officers in my life. I've come to understand that police officers primarily, really to get down to basic points, are committed to their jobs because they want to help people. They want to make a difference in the lives of the citizens of Los Angeles. And I know that from the experience of the officers that I've gotten to know. I know at the same time from testimony that we've taken in the Human Relations Commission that the community feels aggrieved. The community is in pain. They've experienced tragedies. They've experienced the kinds of experiences that are being summarized today and that are in your report and that certainly are well known to all of us. I think that the tragic situation here is that the community is not seeing behind the badge, and the officers too often are not seeing behind the surfaces. And ironically, what this means is you both have a tremendous amount in common. You're missing each other in the same way. And I think that creates a tremendous opportunity. Francisco is going to talk in a minute about programs that we're piloting in East Los Angeles as well as in Newton Division that are aimed to try and change the balance so that you're not talking past each other, but you're actually in an opportunity to experience real dialogue. I'm committed to the Human Relations Commission because we are committed to creating these opportunities for dialogue at the police level and in other communities around Los Angeles and a variety of other areas. So I ask you today, let's get to work. Let's take the initiatives that we're pursuing and go big with them. Let's take them all over the city. Let's take them as broad we can. Let's work together to create those opportunities for dialogue.
You know, and we echo that sentiment, and I want to also thank all the previous speakers today. I thought that everybody made really profound statements about what this issue is about, which is about bias and about implicit and explicit bias. I think we take it very seriously as a city. We take it very seriously. The community takes it very seriously. In the 10 years' time that I've been doing this work, where we're trying to bridge the gap between the community and the police, it is tough work. It is work that often leads to more confusion, work that leads to frustration. I know a lot of you commissioners have gone to the Watts Gang Task Force and have been engaged with that community and try to get drilled down and try to figure out why do communities continue to have this apprehension? Why do communities continue to have a distrust of law enforcement? And I think that what you've heard today with the testimony of the variety of people who have spoken here today, we know we have a lot of work to do. This is not an issue that's going to go away tomorrow. The national landscape tells us that it is timely. It is. I commend this body for taking the initiative to have a meeting like this, but I implore you to not stay on dialogue alone. We at the Commission want to partner with you to move this conversation to results so that we can start seeing changes in communities. When you heard the testimony of the young man who came up here and said that he'd been profiled, he'd been singled out. We don't want that for our young people growing up in the city of Los Angeles. And I know because I've partnered with the Los Angeles Police Department for a long time. There's a lot of good people in it doing fantastic work. But there are a lot of people in the community who are doing fantastic work who equally need a seat at the table, who need their voices to be heard. At the Commission, we know that race is at the cornerstone of all of this. We know that people feel that being a certain person, an immigrant, a black person, a person of color, automatically puts you at a disadvantage. We don't want that kind of city for our youth and for people. We want a city that looks to the future. We want to be leaders here. We want to lead, and so we want to ask you that part of this process isn't just about data collection, although it is crucial and it's important to hear from our citizenry. It is also about going beyond the moment of dialogue, and then also to really look at ourselves, look at this body, look at the way we function. I don't know if Professor Richardson touched on it, but it's about a systemic approach. We know that, I think an aha moment that I had doing this work in the last few years was that, in fact, I could be complicit in pushing those levers to have these negative outcomes that we see in our communities, and that if we look hard, if we are self-critical, if we shine the light on us as the institution, as the community, as service providers, as community agents, then we would begin to see. I'm going to end by saying that what gives me hope is that we're going to address race in a new way in the next 4 years. And I think that the Human Relations Commission is looking at creating an opportunity for that kind of sustained dialogue that has positive outcomes. We've started an initiative called Embrace LA, where we're really looking at assessing. We're piloting in the Newton Division. We're still in the working stages of that process. But I see from the leadership of Charlie Beck and the top command staff that they're willing to try something new, to look for innovative ways and ways in which we could bridge the gap between the community. And I think Embrace LA, which really has a component where we're asking officers, the ground level officers, everyone. I think the leadership of this department is pretty sophisticated, and they'll come to a meeting and they'll tell you exactly what their visions are. But when it comes to patrol officers, people on the ground, the people who are patrolling the community, that's where we need to focus. So thank you for the opportunity. And we have
order, please. I've given every speaker an opportunity to finish up their comments.
Thank you, President Johnson. Appreciate it.
Sorry for the interruption and the rudeness.
Mr. President, that concludes the presenters. Now it's to the commissioners for any questions of the presenters prior to public comment. So turn it over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I actually do have a few questions, and I don't know if all of the presenters are here. First, I have a question actually to the Inspector General. There have been a number of presenters mentioned the a kind of de facto stop and frisk in Los Angeles, and also pointed to a number of other sort of gateway kinds of interactions with the department. And I'm curious as to the degree to which either work that you are currently doing may shed some light on that particular aspect of how the department is interacting in particular communities, and also just off the top, if there's anything that you heard today that might begin to inform some additional inquiry.
Ma'am, I've taken notes through every individual that's come here, and I'm going to process that with my team when I go back to the office. We have 2 reports that are coming out in the near future. One will be a bias policing report. I expect that one will look at the issue much differently than has been looked at by the departments or either other departments in the country. We will be looking at really discretionary stops and be focusing on gang units and metro officers. And we will try to be using every bit of information that's generated by the officers during the day, whatever computer, whatever laptop, whatever video, audio, any of the reports. Instead of looking at a particular incident, try to catalog the day in the life of one of these officers as they go about their interactions with the community in the hope to identify potential issues or trends or training opportunities for the department. I expect that report will be forthcoming in February. It's an incredible amount of material that we're going through for each individual officer that's selected. We are going through a mountain of information, and we're looking at hundreds of these in a way to see if we can glean any trends, any issues that we may be able to bring to the Commission's attention. The other item that we are looking at that I think will address some of it is we'll be reviewing stops as a result that result from resisting or obstructing an officer in the performance of their duty. So we will be again examining all of those to see what the nature of the stop was. What was the initial basis for the stop? Is the obstructing or resisting the sole charge related to the stop? We will also be in that report analyzing the department's training as it relates to Fourth Amendment issues to see if there are things that can be improved upon. We will bring that report to the Commission as well. I expect that report will be in the second quarter of 2016. I'm hoping that it'll be May or June.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions of the department. This actually goes back to my first question regarding data, and I'm just looking at page 11 of the report, and I remember because it jumped out at me when I read the report. It's at the bottom of the page where it says less than 50% of residents perceive that LAPD officers treat people of all races and ethnicities fairly. This perception is consistent across the city, but most pronounced in South and Central bureaus. This perception is also influenced in part by nationwide events. And I keep coming back to this particular point because I am genuinely concerned about the degree to which we as a department can hear and acknowledge that these are more than simply perceptions or ideas, thoughts disconnected from the reality of experience in the lives of people in these communities, and in particular, and it has been indicated by a previous speaker, that this conversation includes a pretty profound conversation about race. What this report and survey documents is a profoundly serious disconnect between the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles' African American community. So I just want to understand again, is there any data that would support that these perceptions are influenced by something other than the experience as recounted by individuals across the city?
So, to your first question about what's in the report, I'm trying to find it, but I believe that's not the...
It's on page 11.
I understand it's on page 11, but I'm actually trying to find... Is this working? Is that better? Excuse me. I believe this was taken from the actual report findings by the independent researchers, not our conclusion. I'm just trying to locate that in the report to confirm that that's the case. But with respect to your concern or question, I don't think the report or certainly the department has not concluded
that the response from the community is due to any one or no factor. I think that is something that we need to look into more. One could draw inferences, conclusions based on our experiences or based on different factors, but I don't believe the department in any way is suggesting that the perceptions of bias, the experiences of bias are completely influenced by one factor or another, whether it's the national discussion or experiences in other cities or experiences, and we make it very clear that the department must always understand, embrace, and confront the history of discrimination that's existed in the city of Los Angeles and elsewhere. So I think it's important that we recognize that there is a national issue and that there are issues elsewhere that may affect perceptions, but we're not drawing no conclusion, and I know the chief wouldn't in the department, that it is any one factor that has resulted in these responses by the various ethnic communities. And Chief, I believe.
The only thing I would add, Commissioner, is that you cannot deny the national discussion, but we also cannot place the results just on the national discussion. It is a combination, and then I think that Mr. Alarcon is correct, that this piece was put in by the researcher that did the survey, so this was part of their conclusion and was reflected here. But the department owns these results. These results are important to us. That's why I commissioned the survey. That's why we repurposed money to do the survey. And that's why it's so important that we replicate it to see if meetings like this, to see if programs such as Community Safety Partnership, to see if things like Shop with Cops, to see if that makes a difference and if that moves the needle. As a baseline, it's hard to judge this because this is the first of its kind in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that in particular because at the same time that, I've been or was confronting and reviewing the report and these numbers, I also had occasion to go back and review the op-ed that you wrote February of this year, wherein you indicated that there are a number of theories on what causes crime rates to swell, but that nearly everyone agrees that the public trust is essential to the successful law enforcement. And in reading your op-ed and reviewing other matters related to public trust in policing, it served to simply underscore my serious concerns about the results that were documented in this particular survey. I'm curious as to steps that the department has taken or is considering in light of these survey results. And I understand that they were presented as early as August. So has there been any action or any consideration or any thought given to what specific actions the department might take to address the findings?
A number of things. First, we think that communication is key. This meeting is a good start, but we've also increased our days of dialogue, particularly in the communities where we have had the most disparate results. We are also looking at surveys nationwide to see how different we are from other communities and to see if, what is the baseline, what is a positive result, what should we expect from a survey on policing and police satisfaction. We also had discussions with in the national organizations of police chiefs about what can we do as a department, what can we do as a profession to increase community trust. One of the reasons I write the op-eds, one of the reasons that we began constitutional policing in the Los Angeles Police Department is to build trust, because we recognize, and I recognize through my own experience, that without public trust there is no policing. And so the things that we do to build trust, whether it's community safety partnerships, whether it's our youth programs that primarily serve young men and women of color, whether it's our community policing programs that all of the captains have to embrace in their various neighborhoods, whether it's our senior lead officer programs where the senior leads are the are the ties that bind communities together in many of our aspects, whether it's the creation of community relationship division, which is tasked with doing citywide community building and citywide communications. All of these things are designed specifically to affect the results in this survey.
And if I could,
Well, let me just, and I actually do have a question of Dr. Pinnell as well, but let me simply say that based, on this report and as it's been explained to me, the Community Safety Partnership was developed in 2001. I know that...
Not 2001. Oh, absolutely not.
That's what it says here.
No, not 2001. Community Safety Partnership? No.
that's a typographical error, I'm sorry.
So when, 2010?
Just
Okay. So 6 years ago, so 2010.
No, but Commissioner, it's been expanded. It's been, we started
I understand. I'm simply saying, but
the
let me
department's
finish,
putting its money where its
please.
mouth is on
No,
this.
I get it, but let me finish.
We have order, please.
My point is simply that this is 2016, and these concerns and issues about racial profiling, about implicit bias and bias policing have been with us for a very long time. Days of dialogue, I know, have been going on for a good part of my adult lifetime. So my only point is, as it relates to taking very seriously the findings of the survey that the department, to its credit, commissioned, and thinking anew about how to address these issues is something that I would like to see embraced in a more robust way. Doing more of the same, given where we are, may not be enough. With respect to training, Dr. Richardson gave a pretty truncated but nevertheless highly illuminating presentation around implicit bias. The presentation that you gave, Dr. Pinnell, this morning, and what I heard primarily around training, focused on individual characteristics of officers. And as I indicated when we initially set this hearing, I have no doubt that the grand majority of officers on our force are not acting out of an obvious or an explicit bias. So what I'd like to understand is the degree to which our implicit bias training, I'd like to understand how it was developed, who conducts it, how is it evaluated, and how many officers have actually gone through some sort of implicit bias training.
Commissioner, before you do that, though, I think I need to clarify the question you had, and I don't think it was fully answered.
You mean by the
as
chief?
We need to well, no, by me and in the discussion here, and I think you've come to some conclusions that I think are necessary to clarify. First of all, the Community Safety Partnership, as the chief indicated, did start prior to this survey. But after the survey, it was further expanded into Newton Division, which is one of the 4 areas in which the demographic
Was
data...
that in response to the survey, or was that expansion already something that was...
That was something that has been contemplated.
And if we're going to talk about that particular endeavor, then I'd like to know actually, and I ask this question because we have been, as I understand it, dealing with significant crime spikes, particularly in South LA, and I'm wondering to what degree we expanded the Community Safety Partnership in that particular community as a result or as a response to spikes in crime, as opposed to the expansion of our Special Operations Unit in that particular community.
Well, first of all, Community Safety Partnership is not a special operations.
No, I said as opposed to, so as opposed to Metro.
And it is something that the department has been dedicated and seeking to expand throughout the areas. No one program is specifically designed to respond to any one set of data or survey or any one particular issue, whether it's bias policing or other things. The Community Safety Partnership is intended to build a stronger partnership with the community that also enhances the ability to increase understanding about
I
the
understand what
community.
it's for.
I'm sorry,
My
Liz.
question was, no, I don't need to be educated about the program. I get that. My question was, had the department responded in any specific way to the findings of this particular survey? It was the chief that raised the community safety partnership as part of its response. I simply sought to clarify that that did not occur in relationship with this particular survey.
Commissioner.
So I got that.
Commissioner, let me clarify. This is a continuum. It is not a revelation to somebody that's been a Los Angeles police officer for 40 years that we have more concerns in certain parts of the city with policing than in others. This is all part of one thing. This was not a watershed moment. This was a verification. This was a validation of what I already believed. Why we put community safety partnerships in the exact same places where we have the biggest separation of confidence. And I didn't need a survey to tell me to do that. But I do need a survey to build a baseline upon which I can evaluate the programs that we institute to see if they have a positive outcome. And so I think that to look at this survey as a lightning bolt that should have turned the lights on for us is not the intent. The intent is for it to be a measurement ability, a measurement metric by which we can gauge progress. I understand where we have crisis of confidence. That's why we started the programs that we started in those areas to do what we've done. That's why we overrepresented those areas in this exact survey. I know these things, and so does the department. That's why we spend so much time building community trust in those exact neighborhoods. Now, are we absolutely successful? No. But no police department is. This is a constant challenge. So I would just like to view it as what it is, part of a continuum of response to building trust in our communities. And as every command officer here knows, I told them to do two things over the last 2 years: make the city safer and build trust. And those are the two things I hold them responsible for.
I want to make sure that we have enough time for the community to make their comments as well. So why don't we move to your next question?
My question was for Dr. Pinnell, and then I'm done.
Clear and succinct as possible. Sorry. Back in when under the consent decree, we did have all 12,000 members of the department go through a program called CEDP, it was continuing education, and we had multiple trainings. I think they're outlined in the report, having to do with cultural diversity and awareness and increasing that development. Later on in 2004, we again had to train all of patrol officers as the state requirements changed on racial profiling, and we completed that and then moved in congruence with the requirements of post to move everything then into the academy. So every officer coming into the police department will get trained on racial profiling, bias policing, implicit and explicit bias.
Will be or has been?
Has been since
on
2004.
Implicit bias.
It is incorporated into the Museum of Tolerance training, and we have done that. And then, in addition, as we came on to learning more about fair and impartial policing, and that concept actually has to do with a specific curriculum coming out of Florida. So we worked with them there to say, okay, how can we enhance the training that we already have? And so those very studies shared earlier, the denigrated pictures and also the SHOVE study that was shared early in the presentations today are studies that we use in specifically in our fair and impartial training with our field training officers. So that has been implemented in our update as of June of this year, and so every field training officer is going through that update. and will continue to do so through the next year. And then following also our police sciences and leadership program. So we create a foundation in the academy, and then they come back 11 months later, and we are going to talk about these critical items again. And then we will do so again we're still doing the design and development of PSL2, the program where we bring them again 2 years later. So we don't see these as a separate program, but as something that is integrated as we go through. So that's where we were talking about specific and integrated. We need to cover the specific content and criteria, but also integrate it at all these different levels, whether you are a frontline officer, a field training officer, a supervisor, command staff.
And we are also in the process of a partnership with Professor Richardson, the UCI School of Law, on a variety of policing issues, including implicit bias, and her research and having a research consortium on these particular issues going forward.
Any follow-up questions?
Are there any other questions?
What's that?
Sean has
Sean.
famous questions. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Goldsmith, do you have any questions?
I want to just thank so many people for coming out from the community and taking time out of your days to share your concerns and experiences with us, and also want to thank the police department for a very thorough and detailed report, and commend the efforts that you're making in terms of recruitment, hiring, training. One of the things that several community members mentioned is the importance of data collection and analysis. So I wanted to understand what efforts the department is making to comply with the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, and how that data is going to be analyzed and used.
As I think Mr. Piebring had mentioned, the department under the consent decree was required to collect a great deal of data that it fully complied with. After or soon prior to the completion of the consent decree, with the Department of Justice and the federal judges' concurrence, certain data was stopped regarding some of the activities that happens after the stop. The department still collects stop data that includes race and other factors and the reason for the stop, et cetera. And now with the new law, we've already been working very closely with the California Department of Justice. In fact, they've come to us to understand how the best way to collect this data, and we'll be complying in full with that process when the deadline begins in 2018. The data that the state is asking for is actually even more comprehensive than what we previously collected, and so that will take some time to get the systems in place to make sure we can collect the data and then provide it to the state. On the analysis, we are very interested in getting robust analysis of all the data that we can, and that's one of the reasons why this consortium of research that we're working with UCI and other universities is so important, because it's not that easy to draw definitive conclusions from analyzing data like this. And in fact, when the analysis group did the analysis of the data collected during the consent decree, which is referenced in the report, the city paid $1 million for that report and analysis by those outside researchers and experts. So it's very costly, and then you can see there weren't definitive conclusions that could be drawn. But we're trying to approach that by using outside experts, working with universities to make that data available and the public available, so that they can analyze and show and hopefully find meaningful things that could institute changes in our systems and our processes.
Yeah. I also appreciate the mayor and the police department's leadership in commissioning the community survey, which I too, like everyone else, is struck by the disparities in communities of color, and would like to know how often you plan to do the survey.
I would like to do the survey at least annually for the department, and then the goal eventually is to do this survey down to the micro level and do it at the divisional level, so we can compare divisions to themselves and then compare divisions to each other, so that we can learn, because there's so many varieties in the Los Angeles Police Department that our divisions can not only learn from each other, but we can develop best practices in a smaller test arena. funding is a big issue. And so, this is something that we want to put in next year's budget, intend to put in next year's budget. I don't know if it'll survive the budget process, and if it won't, then I will have to find funding elsewhere like I did for this one.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay, can we please have order?
Can you explain how you assess the extent to which bias and discrimination does exist within the department and impacts strategy?
Just in a general sense, or just that there's been activity, or I think one way we do is if there is reports of bias-related misconduct, as we've indicated, and looking at those complaints and looking at those investigations and then the adjudication of those things just from a disciplinary matter. I'm not sure, we don't conduct surveys of the department in that respect, but maybe through training or there's another gauge.
I'm not sure I couldn't say definitively. I know that where we look at training, we're looking at every police encounter is a human diversity encounter. And so when we examine how they were done, the general training update that happens after a use of force, but even in the feedback and training and how somebody responds. But I think that's where we have to work with what we're hearing from the community and our community partners to continually try to enhance what we're doing already.
And I think in some ways...
Ma'am, if you continue to interrupt the meeting, I'm going to ask you to leave. Can you please stop interrupting the meeting?
I think in some ways we, based on the science and based on a lot of what you've heard today, including experiences as members of the public, we assume that we all have implicit biases that need to be addressed. And trying to come up with creative ways to address that implicit bias is there. So I'm not sure we're measuring whether people are implicitly biased or not. Certainly if they manifest any explicit bias, we're going to take action on that. But I think we go into this with an open mind that we all have these experiences that influence decision-making unconsciously, and it's incumbent upon us to try to address that as much as we can.
Thank you. Just one last question for the Inspector General. Are you planning to do analysis of the data?
Once the data is collected, we will do our own separate analysis, and we'll try to analyze the stop data to determine if we see any trends, and like we do with most of our reports, we'll make them public.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners Figueroa or Sobroff, any questions?
I appreciate the first report. I think that there are details in the second report that we've all learned from people's discussions here, maybe more depth and additional information would be interesting. Because what this comes down to is perception versus reality. And what this report showed in 140-some pages, which I think it's important for people to read all 140-some pages, is that perceptions sometimes are far different than reality, but that doesn't mean that they're not the perception of the person who's asked.
Please have order.
I'm going to finish. I think two issues. Number one is this department is joining other service providers in trying to help underserved communities. I believe that the role of service providers, if you ask 100 people who work at Homeboy, if you ask 1,500 little brothers, if you ask the 1 million people who visited Expo Center next to the Coliseum, what their
Sir, can you please give Mr. Sobroff his time?
If you ask if you sample and ask people who have benefited by underserved people who have benefited by
Excuse me, just, you know, everybody, we listened, and we're going to keep listening. Please, please, no. Give my colleague the courtesy to just listen. You don't have to agree, just listen. No, he listened to every speaker. Okay. Deal. Deal. Deal.
If you ask the 7,000 cadets, if you ask the people who are benefit by underserved, who are benefiting by service providers, I believe their perceptions will be very important in a study like this. We talked about, Peter from ACLU, talked about statistics, and the way they're presented it's very disturbing. But if you go deeper, if you use the statistics to solidify your own predisposition, it's different than looking carefully at the statistics. For example, I believe, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, that we deploy to areas of crime, not just to areas where there's population. I believe there are more stops in areas where we have higher deployment because there's more crime in those areas.
Can we please give Commissioner Sobroff the respect that we've given every speaker here? If we're not able to, then we're not going to have an opportunity for public comment.
I believe that different areas have different statistics when it involves the number of stops and the characteristics of those who are stopped. And I believe that information, as we go on with these surveys, would also be helpful.
Can you please have a seat and stop disrupting the meeting? I'm going to ask you to leave. Okay, then. But if you're proving my point, thanks. Disrupt the meeting again, I'm going to ask you to leave. You're not entitled to respond. I can't see everybody. I can see you and I'm entitled to ask you to leave this meeting. If you disrupt again, I will ask you to leave the meeting.
Thanks for letting me continue, and I'll finish up by saying that as we go to the next phase of these surveys, I think it's important to expand those who are asked, to include some of these groups of people who have benefited by underserved, who have benefited by service providers, and also break those out, because I don't believe those who have, my gut is that those who have benefited by service providers don't have the same perceptions, that we don't do community policing, that we don't do this and we don't do that. I can't fathom that they feel the same way. Thank you.
Okay. In the interest of getting to community comments, I have one question that I will ask, and I would rather have a shorter answer than a longer answer. We've had a number of the speakers here today talk about the importance of community engagement with police officers. I've seen firsthand how effective the Community Safety Partnership is, and I'm glad that we've been expanding it over years. And I know a big reason why we haven't expanded it more aggressively is just resources, time, personnel, and money. So my question is, how does the department recognize and incent officers for those positive engagements that they have in the community. It's a lot less, it's a lot more difficult to identify when an officer, just has a casual encounter with someone. There were gang officers I was with in the Valley who brought ice cream out. It's different than an arrest or getting a gun. How do we recognize those officers? How do we incent the officers to have more of those encounters?
Well, just real briefly, we can do that a number of ways, and we do it a number of ways. I think I think that one of the most important ways is through the way that we cover it as a department internally, and that's one of the things I've tasked our new public information director to do, and I think you see more news pieces, more department recognition of positive incidents, such as the two officers that performed CPR, saving a life, the multiple officers that have reached out either in our Shop with a Cop or our Coffee with a Cop, all these different programs that we have. I think it's also important to incentivize it on a department level, Preservation of Life Award, things like that. This is something that we all have to do. The Police Commission has a role in this too. The Police Commission is a significant body in recognizing positive aspects of police work, and you have the Police Commission medal, you have a number of other medals that you approve. So this is something that should not just be from the department, but also the commission. And I would like to bring more officers in front of the commission that have performed positive acts within the community to tell that story. I know it's been very difficult under current circumstance to do that, but I think it's something that goes that we need to get back to. And so, collecting the positive stories, telling the positive stories, reinforcing positive behavior through recognition, all of those things are important, and that's one of the reasons that we did all the upgrades for Community Safety Partnership, is because that's a very important internal department award. It may mean nothing to the casual observer what's worn on an officer's sleeve, but it means a lot to them. And so, these are ways that we reward those kind of things, recognizing that it's always a balance. I wish I could have the partnership programs in every division at the level that we do in our toughest divisions, but it's difficult to do that and handle 911. So it's always a balance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, one final thing, and I'm sorry, and I'd like to just take a quick moment to follow suit with Commissioner Goldsmith and say thank you to both to the Commission and to the Department for devoting time to this particular topic. I know that we're going to public comment, but in advance of going to public comment, I had one final request, and that is to provide an opportunity for the entity that is probably at this juncture has been the most vigilant in raising issues around implicit bias, both at the national level and locally in the city. I know that we typically will be providing 2 minutes, I think, for comment for people who are in the audience. My hope was that we would be able to allow Black Lives Matters to speak for 5 minutes and to address the Commission, both as it relates to their own input, but also just to the conduct of the hearing itself, if that's something that we could create time for.
Okay, we'll give them 5 minutes, and then we'll go to public comment from there.
They get 5 minutes, so if you keep talking, you're going to blow up their clock.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Paula Miner, a member of Black Lives Matter. And we do want to acknowledge and say we appreciate that the commission did hold this hearing. Black Lives Matter is probably one of the youngest movements or organizations represented here today. We've only been in existence for 3 years, but since 2014, we began and we continue to come to commission to talk about some things, particularly what we call state-sanctioned violence and officer-involved shootings that have impacted our community and had resulted in us asking to have more participation from the community, asking to have systemic changes. I think we agree with most of what has been said today by many organizations who are our partners and other organizations. Oh, I'll wait till Mr. Johnson's done. Okay. We agree with what many of our partners have said. And one of the things, a quote I just want to mention that I think kind of sums up what many of the people have said, and that is, the color of your skin colors the kind of justice you receive. And we know that exists. We know that the thing that we call racial profiling results in stops that may be questionable. We know that questionable stops result in questionable shootings, meaning the questions are raised by us, the community, and questions are raised by LAPD. I think one of our prime examples of that many of you on the commission are aware of is the death of Ezell Ford. Again, that particular stop was identified by this commission, not all members were present, as being questionable. And of course, that stop led to the death of Ezell Ford. So we raise these points to talk about that. It's very serious, and I'm sure you're aware of that. And we will continue to hope that there are systematic changes, and we also hope that there are additional hearings of this sort. And we again request that some of these activities continue to be presented in the community in a more accessible time and location. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Molina.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo again, Commissioner McClain-Hill, thank you for convening this hearing, and we really needed this space. I know that you all are used to seeing me and us as demonstrators and organizers. I just want to lift up that I'm professor and chair of Pan-African Studies at Cal State LA. Racial bias and oppression is what I study. So I am an expert in this field. I'm also a member of the LA County Human Relations Commission, who's convening hearings on human relations and policing. Our second hearing is this Saturday. So I want to lift up 3 points before I turn it over to Sister Lisa Hines. One is the LAPD report response. Racial profiling and violence against black people is not a matter of thinking. It's not a matter of perception. Those perceptions are rooted in experience. And so to belittle and minimize it and say it's a matter of how we perceive our oppression rather than saying that these are actual experiences that we have, we think that's part of what we're actually trying to lift up. That's part of implicit bias or explicit bias, right? So our perceptions are grounded in reality, and we need to recognize that. Point number 2, racial profiling lays the groundwork for police brutality and the killings of our people at the hands of police. And so we need to absolutely recognize that we have to start at the root and weed out racial profiling. And then finally, there's solutions, but they're systematic. And I think Professor Richardson was absolutely spot on when she talked about the system that needs to change. It's not simply a matter of shifting the ways in which individuals think. It's also a matter of shifting systems. And so we want to uplift a couple of the things that Professor Song mentioned: reducing the discretion of officers to act on their biases, increasing accountability. We want to lift up what LA CAN and our partner in LA CAN talked about: restoring racial profiling as a category of complaint, investigating it as a the public health consequences of it, and then engaging in rigorous anti-racial profiling policy as a life-saving measure. Additionally, we want to end the over-policing of our communities. There are alternatives to policing that we must invest in, and if LAPD did not take up 54% of the city budget, we'd be able to make those investments. Finally, we want to lift up that there are real-world impacts. So there was all this data, which is really, really important and compelling, but more compelling, we need to, if we're really concerned about human relations and we're really concerned about the life of our community, we need to remember that these hit real people. These are not just numbers and data points. And so I want to leave Sister Lisa Hines, the mother of Waukesha Wilson, with the last point, because we know had Waukesha Wilson not been arrested for having a fist fight, she might be sitting with us today.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'm the mother of Waukesha Wilson. And I'm a member of Black Lives Matter. Yeah. I wanted to let you guys know, if you had ended or had been working on ending racial profiling, my baby, Waukesha Wilson, she would have been here yesterday to celebrate her son, my grandson's 14th birthday. Because of so much racial profiling on Black lives, she's not here. She is not here. Racial profiling is so bad. It is really bad. I live in Watts. I'm not ashamed to say it because I go through there and I try to help the community. But the police, Chief Beck, your officers, I watch them. I watch them. And I pull out my phone each time I see them harassing. They can see a group of guys walking down the street, and you know what they do? They pull up and jump out and get up against the fence. That's racial profiling. They didn't have no reason to stop them. And the group of guys I'm talking about, guess where they were coming from? School. They had books and their backpacks, and books in their hand and backpacks on their back. Now, if that's not racial profiling, you tell me, what is it? The police is supposed to be leaders, right? We're supposed to follow by example. If the police is doing things we are told not to do, like talk on the phone while we're driving. You're on a two-way street. One police officer is going northbound, and the other one is going southbound. But they meet up as they're passing each other. They stop in the middle of the street, and they hold a 15-minute conversation where they hold up traffic and all that. That's in all the black communities. You can't go to Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Culver City, and see that kind of thing going on.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming here today. We need to wrap up so we can go to public comment, please.
So the last thing we just want to say is LAPD cannot be responsible for changing itself. You are the oversight body. We need you to change the policies of LAPD. We need you to engage in this work, and so we hope this is the first of many discussions, but also a precursor to action that's carried out by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on item number 2, general public comment.
No, we have,
I'm sorry,
I believe we have public comment on this item.
Number 1, we have 14 comment cards. I'll call the first 4. Tiffany Guerra, Beth Kemp, Najia Lee, and Prentice Jenkins.
Good morning.
Morning.
So again, I prepared some comments last night, but I have to comment on something instead that I was very taken by today. I was going to talk about how in this report, which I was looking at last night, this 143-page report, we're given all this evidence and this survey, and then we have back in this report talking about what the conclusions of this should be, what actions we should take from that. And when I was reading the actions that we should take from it, they didn't match up with the information that was presented in the findings. And I was going to comment on that further. But as we're sitting here listening, we saw this exchange between the two of you two where you were questioning the survey and your concerns about it. And we saw his response to that. And I felt like that was the most illuminating thing out of anything. He sat here and said to all of us, I've been a police officer for 40 years. I don't need a survey to tell me anything. Charlie, Beck, were you even listening to the presentations today? Were you listening when Song Richardson was making her presentation? Are you listening to me now? You've been a police officer for 40 years. I don't need a survey to tell me anything. Do you need anyone to tell you anything? Are you going to listen to what anyone tells you, or do you just do what you've decided in your head is best? I mean, it makes all of it. So we have this 143-page report, and then he's just said, I don't need anything to tell me anything. It's disheartening, it's discouraging, it's insulting. It's embarrassing for you all that he would sit here and say that, and then that's to be accepted. Well, he just said it. He exposed himself, that this is how he feels. And so then to say, okay, yeah, that's okay. He's the chief of police. We're going to sign on for that. We have this person who is using thank you for doing this survey that costs money and takes up time and uses up all of our time and energy, and you're not going to do anything.
Thank you. Next, please.
Beth Kemp.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, first I want to say, I'm sure if I could raise my hand and others in this room could raise their hand, who here has not reported incidents with the police because they were scared of it? You know, think about this. Your reports are based on a lot of bias, and this board standing in front of me is extremely biased, and I think all of you forget you're not cheerleaders for LAPD. You're supposed to be holding them accountable. But you gave up your rights to hold them accountable and put it into the hands of the chief of police, who is not doing his job. And this is disgusting. But, you know, I was sat here and I listened, and you talked about this survey. So you talked about how this survey was in brown and black areas and the most affected communities. Then why on earth are you surveying white people? Who cares what white people think about LAPD? LAPD is not killing white people. LAPD is killing brown and black folks. So to me, that means your surveyors were scared to talk to brown and black folks and were instead talking to the white folks who were friendly and nice. And you know what? Not for nothing. If people are afraid of LAPD, if somebody asks them a question about it, they're not going to answer. Only the people who like LAPD are going to answer. How many people are going to honestly say, oh, yeah, I'm scared of them, and not knowing if they're talking to a cop themselves? You have to be realistic about this. Your numbers are skewed. The things that you're presenting to us are all a bunch of bullshit, okay? If you want to talk about reports, if somebody wants to sit down in this room, not only the 100 gigabytes of footage I have, but people like Patty, other people who film all the time, we can come up with tens of thousands of reports on these police officers. I can come up with reports on officers in this room. And nice to see, you know, you said we couldn't move out of the other room because you guys weren't sure how we were going to import the Army. They learned how to walk across the street. That's really nice. And this room is smaller. There's no more room for more people. There were people who were left outside for the...
Next speaker, please.
Naji Ali.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to read a quick paragraph from the LA Times. It says, a Virginia state judge says LA police officers ordered her out of her car at gunpoint during a traffic stop in Venice this summer, then handcuffed her and forced her to lie face down on the hot asphalt for half an hour only because she was black. This judge, Judge Willis, This actually happened December 7th, 1999. I remember it very clearly because we came to support her. We spoke out against the then Chief Bernard Parks, African-American chief, and many activists were complaining about the continuous racial profiling that black and brown people face. The judge who was stopped and arrested, Chief Parks, in the LA Times article, refused to apologize and did not have an investigation. I just mentioned that because it shows, written proof that a judge was stopped. Even before him, and Commissioner McClain Hill, I know you remember this, Kevin Murray was stopped by the police. We complained about racial profiling then. He was a state senator who was stopped by the police in his car after coming from the election night party. So I'm simply saying that for our community, we know racial profiling is true, it exists, and I want to lastly commend this commission for having the courage and the conviction for bringing us forward to talk about this openly. So Commissioner Hill, thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, Chief Beck, and everyone else for at least bringing us together and having the space to dialogue about this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prentice Jenkins.
Prentice Jenkins, activist since 1991, and the founder of Peace Between Residents and Police Officers. I want to talk about this extensive report. I made my bones writing. Things like this to create programs in the community. Created things like free food banks and free computer training programs, and sent proposals like this to the bank, and sure enough, they funded it. So the first thing I'll do is I'll get an idea. The second thing you have to do is write the idea down. This is an extensive report, and it is to the credit of President Matt Johnson and the credit of Vice President Steve Soboroff that we put this down on paper, and the entire commission, that we finally put this down on paper. This is the first thing that we use to stop bias policing. Show us how bias policing is happening. See, anything that we say, we can talk about bias policing, and then we can show bias policing. This is a credit to you, President Johnson, you, Vice President Soboroff, and you, Chief. It's important that you continue to put these together. It's important that you implement these plans too. Just don't talk about them. My job is to help implement this plan through Peace Between Residents and Police. Oh, you can go to my GoFundMe page, Prentice Jenkins, if you like, and donate. I intend to create peace between police, between residents and police. Somebody's got to do it, and we start here. This is where you start. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next four speakers, Trevor Gerard, Michael Novick, Mr. B, and Eddie H.
Right. So look for the moment when pride becomes contempt. Slavery was state-sanctioned violence. The slaughter of the Aboriginal people in Australia was state-sanctioned violence. The German genocide in Namibia was state-sanctioned violence. And then back here, Jim Crow was state-sanctioned violence, as was the assassinations of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Medgar Evers, and countless others during J. Edgar Hoover's FBI administration and COINTELPRO. So with this history of violence, what LAPD is asking us to do here is to view them as separate from that history of state-sanctioned violence. So you either think that the public are stupid, right, or you're cowards. And I'd like to also add to that the Fraternal Order of Police also endorsed a candidate who ran on a platform of white nationalist far-right rhetoric. So which is it? Are you a part of the long legacy of state-sanctioned violence, or are you cowards? Matt Johnson, the houseboy, you can answer if you like. like I thought. So I don't really have anything else to say. We all know for a fact, Mark Twain said it, there's three kinds of lies: damn lies, and statistics. You present these statistics without presenting the context in which they come from, right? And we all know that it's part of a social order of white supremacy, the divestment of funds from communities, right, which will naturally produce a certain statistic and outcome. You're fraudulent. And we've consisted to come here week after week and beat you up.
Urge the Commission to reject the report presented to you today. I think that Chief Beck and the LAPD have demonstrated very clearly that they're less concerned with the damage, deaths, and injuries they're inflicting on the community than they are with re-legitimizing an institution from the self-inflicted wounds caused by racialized policing and racist police murders with impunity. I think that they've misidentified the problem. The problem is not biased policing. The problem is policing in general. It's not a question of misconduct of individual officers. It's a question of the conduct of police in enforcing a system of white supremacy, exploitation, and oppression, colonialism. The police exist as an occupying army in communities of color and as an internal border guard in more privileged areas. And of course, the people who are protected and served by that are going to express confidence in the police, and the people who are oppressed and exploited by that are going to express mistrust. It's not our job here to create more trust with the police department. The police have expressed very clearly that the whole idea of community policing is a domestic equivalent of psychological operations in the military. It's designed to control the thinking of the population and the enemy, and where they decide whether you're in the population or the enemy is up to them. So the issue at hand is the following. The solution that's proposed here is constitutional policing, but unfortunately it's very clear that in this country the Constitution enforces that same system of white supremacy. In 2 of the last 5 elections in the 21st century, the person who got the most votes was not put in office. What does that tell you about the nature of the Electoral College, the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives, the presidency itself? Those are institutions of exploitation and white supremacy. The problem is not bias policing. The solution is not constitutional policing. The solution is for the people to be able to control their own destiny, their own futures in their own community, and control the police if there are any.
Mr. B.
Yes, I bring exactly what the commission is, 4 of you, your puppets. That's why I bring my little puppet. And when he talks to you, "Hi, Charlie Beck." See, that's what you are. So I noticed, Charlie Beck, you told the president to be Trump, you're not going to enforce federal law. So you can decide not to enforce federal law. So you violate federal law, and then what's going to happen when they cut the city's funding off? All of our federal dollars are going to be cut off if you're not going to comply with federal law. Now, what are you going to do then? What you're going to do is you're going to cower to the next president. So right away, you're playing politics. You're not elected. Your job is to do the job of running the department. You're spending your time traveling and running for office. That's why the department doesn't have a real police chief. We have a figurehead. And then we have the minions running around doing God knows what. Where's the word threat management unit in this report? You know what the threat management unit is? It's not in the report. Figure it out, commissioners. What is the threat management unit? Eric W. Reed, who's that? He runs the threat management unit. You don't know that. And the rampant violations of civil rights taking place and targeting of enemies, political and civil, by that nice sub-organization. But it's not in the report. And here's the best part. The cover of the report is flipped inside. So when you look at this thing, you don't know it's the report. It starts off that way and ends that way. This report is a disgrace. It's absolutely fiction. You're not going to get rid of policing until there's a new consent decree.
Eddie H.
88 Los Angeles Community Action Network. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Black men and black women, as well as white men and white women. That is a fallacy, as well as this report that we've heard today. For we know we don't need to hear something from any psychologist to understand that in our communities, that bias policing is the order of the day. We talk and we talk and we talk, but is anyone listening? We die at the hands of your police officer, Charlie Beck, but no one continues to listen. Mr. Bustamante, I was in a meeting with you at the Newton Division on last year, and the officer, the chief of the Use of Force Division, I asked him a question, and his answer to my question was that policing is both subjective and objective. And we know in our community, when it's subjective to the pigmentation of our skin. Not subjective to what we might do or might not do, but it's subjective only to that reason alone. So when we talk about bias policing, it's not perception. It's a reality that we live with on a day-to-day basis. We go to sleep with that reality. We wake up with that reality. We eat with that reality. We socialize with that reality. We can't walk, talk, or move in any space in this country without that reality being before us. So we're talking about a report that's flawed. And I must say this. My dear brother talked about the systemic nature of what we deal with in this country. If the foundation is flawed, anything built upon that foundation is flawed. So it's not about reformation. It's about abolishment of the system. And until we do that, this system is going to maintain itself. And one thing that I must also say that Martin Luther King said, and so eloquently, that an individual is not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his own individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. But no one here will say, we're going to keep saying it until it's not there. Change will come, but no more. We're going to live within the system. White people. No more. We're going to live in the system.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you for your comments.
The next four speakers, Jamie Garcia, Gloria Gonzalez, Vanessa De Leon, and Ted Hayes.
Jamie Garcia, Stop LAPD Spying. So bias policing is not a new issue. From the McCohen Commission after the Watts Rebellion, the Christopher Commission after the Rodney King Rebellion, consent decree in 2013, we find ourselves with the same problem, dealing with the same issue. And I say, how much more data do we need to realize that this structure is flawed and the structure will perpetuate this problem? It cannot be fixed, it cannot be remedied. So even before we talk about the 1,500 bias policing complaints that happened between 2012 and 2016, the same pattern was seen in 2003 to 2008 with 1,200 bias policing complaints and 0 sustained. So ACLU mentioned the report by Ian Aries, which basically stated that blacks and Latinos are overstopped, overfrisked, oversearched, overarrested, and this is from LAPD's own data from 2006. So I'll go back to that point because we need to talk about how predictive policing and Operation Laser plays into this issue. So LAPD also never holds itself accountable for breaking its own protocols. Therefore, why would the public trust that would hold itself accountable for biased policing complaints when it has a history of continual failure and neglect of duties? So a report released in December of 2015 by the IG, 91% of the biased policing complaints did not contain the appropriate checklist to ensure that a thorough review of complaints was made. No officer was investigated, no one was disciplined. In 2014, it found that 92 of 300 digital in-car video systems were sabotaged. No officer was investigated or disciplined. In 2016, Inspector General Alex Bustamante found that 82% of 198 checks conducted at the downtown LA Metropolitan Detention Center were out of compliance. No officer was disciplined or investigated. So how do we think that you're going to actually hold anybody accountable for any type of complaint in regards to bias or racial profiling? So let's go back to looking at this data now for who is stopped and who is frisked and who is arrested. So the impact. So I just want to say this real quick. We're coming after Festival and we're coming after Operation Laser. You know this is based on historic crime data. You know your historic crime data is biased. So you are continually sending officers to the same community, into the same
Okay, thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. If you have more to say, submit a card for general comment. Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker, Gloria Gonzalez.
I'm Gloria Gonzalez with the Youth Justice Coalition, and I just really wanted to share my story real quick. You guys talk about the cadets that you guys have and like the youth or whatever, but then when I was 12 years old, I actually got arrested. I was only in 6th grade, and it was my first week of 6th grade. I had just turned 12 years old, and I got ticketed, and that ticket has followed me to now that I'm 21 years old, and it's a $500 ticket that I haven't been able to clear, and it's so sad, the fact that it's not just me that has the story, it's a lot of young people, it's a lot of people of color that have police in their schools, that go through this every single day, that get stopped, that get harassed every single day because of the color of our skin, and the fact that if we could just have 5% of LA City Attorney, LA District Attorney, Probation Department, Sheriff Department, and the county's portion of the court budget, that would equal $236 million. So if you guys want to talk about real solutions, if you guys want to talk about real alternatives and really listening to the community and what it is that we need to have this money so that we could fund 50,000 youth jobs that could save lives of a lot of young people that have been murdered, of people of color that have been murdered across the city, across the state. And then this would also have 1,000 peace builders that would be there full time instead of police officers that only harass us in schools. And we would be able to fund 100 youth centers with a yearly budget of $1 million. That's what 5% could do for LA County. If you guys really do want to save lives, and if you guys really do want to do your job right, Chief Beck, you would actually follow through and you would talk to the Youth Justice Coalition so that this could happen, so that we could actually find real alternatives and real solutions to young people and not incarcerate us.
Vanessa De Leon.
My name is Vanessa De Leon with the Youth Justice Coalition, and there's been, I think it's very important also to highlight that families are torn apart by the over-policing in our communities. For families that our family members are taken away and deported, even though that they've been here for so many years growing up since they were little, and you take away our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, and it does not create solutions. So over the over-policing of our communities, there are alternatives to it. More than half of the city's budget is currently going towards police, and there's talk up here to increase spending or to get it from other places where we need those other money, and we need the money that's going towards police in order to invest in positive things in our community, because we're not getting that support. Having police in our communities is not helping us. It's just creating fear. It's mistrust, and it's not helping us. We need other resources to go towards youth development. Growing up, we don't have any access to anything. In our schools, staff are not supportive, and they don't care, and they want to get out of there as soon as the bell rings. And we don't have resources like access to different places to go where we live. So if we were to divert and take money that's going towards police and put that into what youth want, like youth jobs, to go towards peace builders, and to go towards youth centers where people and youth have safe places to go and access to staff members who are actually going to help us out, instead of locking us up and incarcerating us and deporting us, which is not creating anything in our support or providing success for what we need in the future.
Thank you for your comments.
Ted Hayes, followed by General Jeff and Kim McGill.
Not a cover-up, but a cover backwards. Why is this cover backwards?
That needs an explanation, because this is simply something, an intra-departmental report, and it's redundant. It says prevention and elimination of police bias. If you prevent it, it is eliminated. Anyway, it goes on to point out that it is the LAPD's position there is no articulated timeline for training all employees on implicit bias because officers are in different stages of their careers. This is a special meeting, folks, because it's a different place, different location, and different time. The Brown Act requires you to indicate it's a special meeting. It's a Brown Act violation when you don't do that. But more importantly, the Brown Act says the agenda must be posted in a conspicuous manner near the door. Well, if you can go in and look in the lobby, you'll find that the agenda is in the farthest location away from the door as possible, and it's not conspicuous at all. It has to compete with about 20 other documents, same size, same color, same location. What I'm talking about is the fact that the people with the stars and the bars, the administrative directors, are the criminals in the police department. When you're locked up, you have a right to make phone calls. But you can't make a phone call to your lawyer because you'll be listened to, and it's posted in the police department. Although the Brown Act says the sign must say the call is going to be confidential. It cannot be listened to nor monitored. So this is a waste of your time because it's the stars and bars who can reach the corruption in the police department, not just the officers in black and white. It's your executives and your stars and bars. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Thank you for your comments.
General Jeff.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is General Jeff, Skid Row community activist, and so based on the presentations today, when we talk about eliminating bias policing, we also have to look at eliminating the concept, eliminating racial profiling, bias policing, preventive policing, whatever you want to call it. In order to eliminate it, you first must identify that it is racist-based policing. So if you want to talk about eliminating racist-based policing, you have to talk about first eliminating racism within all of America. And if anybody wants to say that that's not possible to do, well, then it's not possible to eliminate racism in the Los Angeles Police Department in terms of the style of how they police. So if we want to have real conversations, let's have the real conversations, the deeply rooted conversations that go all the way down to the core of how the Los Angeles Police Department polices the city of Los Angeles. Also, when you want to talk about prevention, my mama spanked me when I was a kid to prevent me from wrongdoing. So, but in all these presentations from Dr. Pannell and many others, I didn't hear how LAPD plans to spank its officers. We're talking about rank and file to prevent them from wrongdoing. That is a tried and true formula that works. So what is LAPD going to do to prevent wrongdoing? You don't suggest, because, they're just like kids. They're going to do what they want to do unless you show strong discipline and strong disciplinary actions in terms of punishment. So there's been no discussion and no presentation on that. So how can you realistically move forward based on the natural common sense laws of nature? Thank you.
Kim McGill.
I just wanted to add a few things that I wasn't able to add earlier. First of all, homicides in LA County are at some of their lowest levels since the 1950s and 1960s. But police use of force resulting in homicide is up, both in real numbers and in percentages. In the early 2000s, between 2 and 3% of LA City's homicides were caused by law enforcement killing people. Now it's between 6 and 8%. So this isn't just an issue that hasn't gone away, it's an issue that's gotten worse. Our use of militarized policing, of racially biased policing, has gotten worse. Secondly, with the increase in in the law enforcement budget and our addiction to incarceration and suppression to solve all of our community problems. It also means that young people who have never been arrested are having more contact than ever with law enforcement. We know from current studies that young people who have even a few days contact with law enforcement are 39% more likely to leave school before graduation and 67% more likely to be in state prison as adults. Yet the LAPD gets a contract directly from probation without any, just sole source contract, no bidding, to work with young people in our schools who've never been arrested. We now have 12,000 youth in LA schools who are considered quote unquote under voluntary supervision by probation, LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, and the District Attorney's Office. Finally, the packet that we gave you includes a family bill of rights, a packet of rights that families are not asking for, demanding, whose loved ones have been killed by law enforcement. It includes that part of racial profiling is that you don't re-victimize people once they're dead. You don't release to the media that they were on parole, that they were a gang member, that they were allegedly armed. And then 2 weeks later, when you have to correct a lot of that misinformation, it's too late. Yet when people are asked about your officers and your officers' conduct, it's always the same answer. It's under investigation. It means that families have a right to have their medical expenses and their hospitalization, their funeral expenses, and their other costs taken care of by the city, because families are left with huge bills that leaves them grieving for years. And finally, it means that people cannot be erased and victimized. So please take a look at the package we gave you out, and all of the families that are here are wanting to meet with you about some substantive change.
And the final caller on this item, Akili.
The four things that we have to deal with, black people have to deal with, is white supremacy, institutional racism, individual bigotry, and mass denial. What we went through here was the last one, the mass denial one, because we really didn't openly and honestly deal with race. If you really wanted that to happen, then you would make that evident. You don't deal with race well. I would ask you to do a couple of things. One, in your trainings, you should look at 13. You should be forced to read the new Jim Crow. You should be forced to deal with the criminalization of black people, because that's what this is. This profiling is an outcome of. And as long as there's no accountability, there's never going to be any respect or trust. So you can talk about statistics, but what happens is we get punished and you get off. And so as long as that exists, the trust level is going to be equally as low. And as long as we are pointed to in dog whistle fashion as the problem, well, we go where the problem is, then that's how we wind up being, starting from white supremacy, the institutional racism, the individual bigotry, and then we deny that race is a part of it. That's why we get stopped more than anybody. That's why we in jail more than anybody. And that's why this program won't work until we deal honestly, openly, and uncomfortably with the concept of race in America. Unfortunately, we have elected and put in power people who, and some of us are old enough to have lived through the first law and order candidate, and we saw what happened there. We are asking you to do a couple of things. One, call it what it is. It's racial profiling. Call it that, because we are the people, and that's what I mean about not the mass denial. Call it what it is, racial profiling. Secondly, stop connecting and using these dog whistles of gang prevention and violence, and pull back some of your police. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now on item number 2, public comment period. We have 27 comment cards. The first 5 cards, Tiffany Guerra, Jerry Dietrich, Beth Kemp, Joan Douglas, and Prentice Jenkins. Tiffany Guerra here. You're going to pass yours? Okay. Jerry Dietrich.
Hi, my name is Jerry Dietrich. I'm with Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. First off is the public comment, and then I'd like to talk about the report, but I didn't want to say I'm only going to talk about the report. So I can talk about anything here. So I'm going to talk first about this location. I think it's much better. There's improvements that need to be done. I realize that it's so intimidating to come here and talk to these people, and with all these cops lining these walls, it's pretty bad, but when you go to the bathroom, it's much worse. There's at least 40 cops in that hallway. I don't know what they're doing, but it's scary for me. Anyhow, now I would like to talk to you about this report. I read it and I thought, God, where are these people coming from that have this totally different opinion than I do? And I had like only 10% feel very unsafe walking the streets. Only 8% strongly disagree with the approval of the job that the LAPD is doing. And I'm thinking, my God, I don't know anybody that approves the job the LAPD is doing. And then I looked, and you only talked to 2,000 people. This city has over 4 million people. I mean, I don't understand. That's like saying, well, we took a survey and 7 people liked it, so it must be great. It's like, hey guys, wake up. If you're going to do more surveys, and you said you were going to do more surveys, please contact more people and get a more appropriate representation of the people. And finally, I'd like to remind everyone to please get rid of Charlie Beck.
Beth Kemp.
I'd just like to say that with, our new president and all, I am really scared. And I am scared not only because of the racial profiling done by LAPD on people, but the actual racist here that it seems people of color in these communities have no protection from. You talk about how you're service providers. Well, how about start with your own, and all of those who are tied into these online message boards, Twitter accounts, are threatening people of color. We're starting to come back, and we're doing a report right now on the election and the Twitters that were attacking us, and we're finding some were cops. We found at least 2 belong to LAPD that were threatening us, and others. My friend's working on this very hard because it's hard to decipher who these accounts belong to and what they belong, who they belong to and what's going on. When we get harassed online, we don't get to find out who's doing it. We get slaughtered, we get our jobs taken away, we get scared to go outside, and I say this as a white woman, I can't imagine how my black friends must feel. And then when we find out they're law enforcement doing it, and you talk about how you're working on your biases, well, you know what, maybe you should start, instead of following us online through your Fusion Center, you should start following them online. Start seeing how many are members of groups like Stormfront, how many identify as Masons and have threatened people who have been even in this room who aren't here today. But we have dealt with quite a bit. I've only been here for 6 years in Los Angeles, and I have never seen anything like this. And you try to talk about it, as if comparing yourself to NYPD, and I'm from New York. And NYPD has 35,000 cops, and granted, yes, they do a lot of gross things, but how can you keep up with only 9,000 and you're almost at the same level they are? This is this.
Joan Douglas.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity. If you look at my face, this is the face of police discrimination. This is the face of being biased against the police. And why I'm saying this is to have facts to back this up. On mid-January, I was holding up a sign, and I went to police Chief Beck's office asking for help because my great-grandson is being sexually molested, and the police have refused to help him. Child Service has refused to help him based on discrimination, unfounded discrimination. The mother who is hurting this child told them that I'm crazy, and because they said that I'm crazy, the police decided to minimize my complaint. Child Service decided to minimize my complaint. Unfoundedly, I gave them all the information about my depression, to contact my doctor, to contact the clinic I was attending and everything, but they refused to do this. Instead, they chose to discriminate against me and have the child continually to be hurt. So I went to Charlottesville. I was visited by 2 detectives. And there's a card right here, Detective Sanchez, and another one, I forgot, I didn't put the name here. I was visited on February 5th, 2016. They told me to be quiet, stop complaining, stop talking to the public, stop asking for help. 1. So that was January. I was subjected to violent attack by this person because no one is protecting the child, and I'm trying to get help, so I'm subjected to attack. So I went to the police. I called the police after I was being attacked by this woman, and the police looked at me and said, she didn't mean what she said. This woman told me that she's going to F me up and she's going to hurt me, but still the police is saying she didn't mean that. Okay, so they let the child to be hurt.
Ma'am, we'll have someone speak to you. Thanks for coming down today.
Prentice Jenkins, please.
Prentice Jenkins, founder of Peace Between Residents and Police. Chief Beck, I'm glad you're here. You're healthy. Motocross, huh? 63 years young. That actually put me to shame. I got winded going to the restroom the other day. Well done, Chief. I also want to say police bias was responsible for the death of Ezell Ford, for the death of Brendan Glenn. I'll continue to speak and for the death of Brendan Glenn and Ezell Ford, and to get justice for Ezell Ford and Brendan Glenn. I'm going to continue to speak on that. A wise man once told me over lunch, he paid. He said, you know, only about 1% of the police officers are problem officers. And at that point, I didn't realize it. I painted all officers with one big stroke. And if officers painted my community one big stroke, we'd all be gang members. There was a very wise man that told me that. Listen, police officers hear something in the community. They go and ask the witness what happened. The witness says, there's a guy with a gun over there. So the police officers run towards that gun, as opposed to people like me. If I go ask the witness what happened, there's a guy with a gun over there. I say, which way did he go? He went north. Okay, I'm going south. Because I don't have that type of bravery. Yeah, police officers are brave, and we got to remember, always remember this. Race should only be judged in distance and speed. That's my original quote.
Thank you for your comments.
The next 5 speakers, Carol Francis Likens, Jordan Phillips, Kayo Tsumi, Trevor Gerard, and Michael Novick.
I was going to speak. I had prepared something to say, but instead I'm going to address something that was said earlier about the reason there's more police violence against the black population is because they commit more crimes. I can understand that coming from somebody who shares with me the fact that we are in this group called white people, and we're lied to all the time. And it is true that people who don't have their needs met are more likely to do illegal things to get their needs met. But the fact is there are studies, which I didn't bring with me because I didn't know you were going to say that, but there are studies from the Innocence Projects, Jim Crow, the new Jim Crow details this. There are so many studies that show that if a white person commits a crime and a black person commits the same crime, the police arresting and the the possibility of it going to trial with, and the sentencing all depends on the color of the skin. So we don't have the right, as people who are in that group called white people, whatever that means, we don't have the right to just sit back and say, oh, from where I see, what the media tells me is that, we're better. We just don't commit crimes. Because if you can accept that this is racist society, I think maybe you shouldn't be a commissioner.
Jordan Phillips.
Hello. So I invite Soboroff particularly to shake yourself out, move around, because you falling asleep in the face of all of these people who pay you to be here is disrespectful. So that being said, I would like to invite everybody here, everybody listening to me right now, to fix your body language and undo your arms and be open to what I have to say. What I have to say is that we live in a colonialist system, and it's still perpetrating itself by you ignoring white privilege, all of you white people in the room, male privilege, all of you male identifying people in the room, misogyny, everyone who has tried to diminish women in any light, and racism, which we haven't really talked about in this environment. And I'm so thankful for the people who are unafraid to speak truth in the light of all of this ignorant rhetoric that has spewed forth before us in the shape of Donald Trump being elected president, in the shape of us trying to ignore the trauma of the South that has spurred and moved forth. But we are on land that has seen trauma. The Tongva people were disrupted by what we did, particularly the colonialists. I'm talking about all the European descent people in here. So there's two things that need to happen. People need to step out of this oppressor mentality and check their privilege, and people also need to educate themselves about being oppressed and what that does to the psyche. We talked about trauma and mental health. It should not be my job to educate you on white privilege. It should not be my job to educate you about toxic masculinity. Google this. We got Google. Well, this is 2016, and all of you guys are existing in this system and benefiting from it. So Google, and educate yourself, because that's not my job.
Kai Utsumi. Okay. Trevor Gerard.
Hi, yeah, so I'm going to present on behalf of someone who can't be here. Basically, I'm just going to read the names of the people who were killed this year, right? Kenny Watkins, Richard Risher, Keith Bursey, Waukesha Wilson, and Carnell Snell. All of them were black. Jesse Romero, Omar Gonzalez, Robert Diaz, Manar Habana, Arturo Valdez, Cesar Frias, Remy Ferrada, Jose Mendez, Herrera, Marcelo Luna, and Alfredo Alonga. Alfredo Alonga obviously was killed. Michelle Shirley, right? All of these were brown folk. So LAPD has consistently sort of come out with this idea that they are representative of the community, and that somehow they are involved in community relations and community policing. No, you're an occupation force, right? You occupy communities of color and target those communities and use systems like predictive policing and other sorts of bullshit biased data to justify what it is you're doing. But you're an occupation force. And that you all on this board have become apologists for tyranny is not only shameful, but it is like morally reprehensible. And what I loved being here today, and what other people said so eloquently, debunked all of your bullshit data that was designed and provided by people that work within your system. These are human rights violations, and that is not something that we're going to forget. And I think it's so important that other people, the news media and nationally and also internationally, are seeing that now. This is not going to stay in LA, and there will be consequences, that's all.
Michael Novick. Michael Novick? Not here. Okay, the next 5 speakers: Jamie Garcia, Mariana Saba, Hamid Khan, Audrey George, and Jyoti Chand.
So I wanted to pick up about this survey that's in this report. And again, I wanted to echo what a colleague was saying, that 2,000 out of 4 million people were surveyed. And there was actual federal funding for this as well. But one thing I want to raise as well is that this wasn't an independent survey, because the Justice Security Strategists had a say in this, and they are the same people that brought you Operation Laser and PredPol. So I don't know where there's any kind of independence and non-bias in this survey. So I suggest you find someone that's more independent, that hasn't helped you actually establish different types of programs, and I also suggest getting a wider number of surveys. So when we look at explicit bias, this is actual things that people do. So in a report that was released from 2012 to 2014 on biased policing practices, again, I want to kind of raise how there's still no accountability of officers, and we're really being called a community of liars. So we look at unbecoming conduct: 6,637 complaints, 607 were only sustained, right? Ethnic remarks: 172, 13 allegations were sustained. Biased policing, of course, we know that one, that echoes the chamber. Discrimination: 70, 0 sustained. So again, this is actually things that you're saying that you can see, and there's still no accountability in that. So then I want to go on to implicit bias, and this is an interesting one, is that you claim that you're doing all this education and all this training in regards to trying to reduce implicit bias, but at the same time you're saying that we can't identify it. So I really want to know, how are you actually training about something that you can't identify or measure yourself? So that's kind of a contradiction that I think you need to look into. So again, then I want to also raise this whole issue that Professor Sung raised in regards to looking at bias. It's a structural issue. And so if we think about it being a structural issue, that means structurally you're racist. That structurally, this is not about training. This is about looking at the structure as a structure being racist. And then lastly, I want everybody in the room to know that's actually taking money from public housing to institute folks.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker, Mariela Saba, please.
Ma'am, your time is up. Can you please cede the mic to the next speaker? Can you please, your time is up. Can you please cede the mic?
Beck said, "It is a matter of perception, not reality." Perception, not reality. That is adding another blow, another insult to the injury that it already is, to be stopped, to be arrested, to be incarcerated, to be murdered. To be murdered is not perception, it's reality. To be stopped is reality. For every youth that is stopped and held up against the wall, face put down on a cop car, that is not perception. That is trauma, that is reality, that is pain that people carry. It's an insult. Let's clear that. It's an insult to the injury that this whole system already is. This whole discussion It's called prevention and elimination of bias policing. If we were to do prevention and elimination of bias policing, that would look like a track towards abolition. It would mean, how are we completely disowning this whole police state? How are we peeling it off? How are we taking the resources that it has stolen from our communities? How are we reimagining a world without policing in general? Because as Jamie said, and we have all said, and we know, the whole police state, the whole structure is racist. And perception, not reality, is also sexist. It's like an abuser rapes you and abuses you, and they say it's you're crazy. That's an oppressor pattern that this whole system upholds.
Hamid Khan, please. Followed by Audrey George.
The most murderous police department in the country is not a perception, that is a reality. A police department that for many, many years is completely either in denial or, as Trevor was saying, are a bunch of cowards, corrupt. I think one of the things that missed out was in this whole conversation was that how the denial system works. Something that we brought to your attention, Cynthia McLean-Hill and Shane Goldsmith, for organizing this thing, was that we can run around in circles and keep on talking about bias, but the conditions on the ground are as such. The policies and tactics that LAPD uses are as such. They are informed by counterterrorism. They are informed by counterinsurgency, which requires to create the other, which requires to identify the other as a threat, which requires to identify the other as an enemy. Inherently, its guiding principle is bias, that you have to be biased towards somebody. So unless these conditions on the ground are really, really thoroughly vetted, until they are thoroughly examined, this becomes a circular conversation. They will not be sustained because this department has a right to be biased, engage in bias policing, engage in racial profiling, because the system allows that, because the tactics allow that, because predictive policing allows that, because suspicious activity reporting allows that. So we can keep on having these conversations. It won't change. It will not change. It has to be completely abolished. It can't change. It is not possible. The problem is that we as people think of law enforcement as a public utility, as almost as natural as water, electricity. We have to get out of that mindset as well, because they are not. They have been instituted.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Well, are you going to send us an email or not?
Audrey George, please.
I am also anxious for Hamid to get that email so that we can hear the full presentation about SARS, please. Thank you for this format, the Forum for Discussing Racial Profiling. We all know that's only a small part of the problem, which is white supremacist law enforcement that creates, that identifies people of color as enemies, and the militarization of our law enforcement, and the amount of budget dollars that those systems suck up from all other services. This tiny little survey sample of 2,000 people needed to have been much bigger, but it still proves that the LAPD engages in bias policing. The report states that proving allegations of bias policing is very difficult. This must be true because we all know that there must be some reason why 0 complaints out of the 1,300 plus received in the last 4 years were upheld. LAPD's problem begins with bias in the initial decisions to stop and search people of color at such high rates, and extends until every area of law enforcement in this city. Why is it important to acknowledge where the problem begins? Because every person killed by the police was first stopped, chased, targeted, etc., and each will forever just remain a suspect. No matter how much LAPD attempts to criminalize them posthumously, they will always just be someone who hadn't been charged with a crime, who may have just resembled some other suspect, may never have even faced charges, and who will never have a day in court. The small survey sample also reveals that 68.9% of
Sorry, no, your time is up. Thank you, though.
And the next speaker, Joy T. Chand. Okay, the next 5 speakers, Mr. B, Pastor Hugh Jan Marie, Akili, Ted Hayes, and Lisa Hines. Pastor Hugh? Okay.
Survey. Was it a credible survey, well-conducted survey? Was it a reasonable survey? Well, the survey said it would be Hillary, but it turned out to be Trump. So why do we even talk about surveys any longer? That should be enough. I go back to the days when the newspaper said Dewey wins. You remember that, don't you, Mr. T-Back? Anyway, surveys are not credible at all, because we just witnessed what surveys did to our whole nation, and it made no sense. Survey, come on. So you have these statistics in here, you can hardly read it, but if you really look at it a long time, you can figure out what it says. But I'm not concerned about bias policing. I'm concerned about criminal activity on the part of police. And I just mentioned that a moment ago. It is a crime not to put that notice up in the jail, in the booking area, about the phone calls you may make. And it's a crime for a police officer not to do that. But nevertheless, tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people in LA who go to our jails were abused by the criminal activity police departments, because they said that if you pick up our phone, you will be tape recorded and you will be monitored, and that includes your lawyer, your attorney. So all you could do would be incommunicado. If you knew that you didn't want to be recorded or monitored, you wouldn't pick up the phone and use it, because the police department had put up a sign contrary to the law, contrary to what they're told they may do. So it's crimes that I'm concerned about, not misconduct. I mean, misconduct, not biased policing. Who cares about attitudes? They don't count for anything.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the space. I would like to add, by the way, I'm Pastor Q, the Church Without Walls, Skid Row, Creating Justice in the Black Jewish Justice Alliance. I'd like to add some spiritual perspective. There's a text in my faith tradition that says, "For Christ himself brought peace to us. He united Jews and Gentiles into one people when in his own body on the cross, he broke down the wall of hostility that separated us. He did this by ending the system of law with its commandments and regulations." I want to say that. He did this by ending the system of law with its commandments and regulations. He made peace between Jews and Gentiles by creating in himself one new people from the two groups. Together as one body, Christ reconciled both groups to God by means of his death on the cross, and our hostility towards each other was put to death. I want to highlight a couple things from this text. Christ broke down the walls of hostility that separated us. What was that wall? The wall was the system of law and regulation. Christ put the wall of hostility to death. The wall of hostility in our community is the police enforcing laws on us that they don't enforce in other communities. Racial profiling makes the wall higher. Christ died to put the wall to death. That means Christ sacrificed himself. If the LAPD wants better relations with the community, they can sacrifice some of their budget and give it to Youth Justice Coalition so we can have youth programs. Come on, somebody. This meeting is a part of the picture of racial profiling. Look around you, and when we came in this morning, there were a lot of police officers because they knew we were coming. They knew we were coming. Why are all these police officers here? We can't breathe in our communities under these conditions. When you look at our election, we see this as the sentiment of our entire country as a whole. Law enforcement in our community are enforcers of the wall that divides. No pun intended.
Akili. Lisa Hines. Followed by Lisa Simpson.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
At the last meeting, I asked a question about the releasing of the videotape of my daughter. Bustamante, he started to answer President Johnson, you stopped him. Why?
I don't recall that.
I do. I do. You stopped him.
What was your question?
Why can't the tape be released? And if he had mentioned that it was the officer involved in her death, I wanted to know when you give me the report, would the names of the officers be there too? He went to answer and you stopped him.
Mr. Bustamante, you're welcome to answer that question.
The comment? The comment I was going to make was I did not say that there was an officer involved in the death. What I said was there was an investigation that was being conducted and that every part of that investigation would be analyzed by my office. So every part of it, whether there was someone involved or was not, would be uncovered by our investigation as well as the department's, and that would be reported to the commission to act upon.
Do you have an update as to the timing of when that investigation might be complete and come before the commission?
The last update I got from my assistant inspector general that was actually handling the matter was that it would be out and for the commission's review, I believe, towards the middle or end of January.
Okay, well, can I ask you a question? Was she found hanging from the phone booth, or was she found in the middle of the floor? Because it was two statements released.
Ma'am, I'm not going to be able to answer that, but at the end of the deliberations by the commission, there'll be a public report that will talk about all the facts and all of the items that the commission relied upon when adjudicating this matter, and that will be, as with every case, made public.
Okay, so at the end of January. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Say your name.
Waukesha Wilson.
Say your name.
Waukesha Wilson.
Say your name.
Waukesha Wilson.
Call the next.
You all say her name? Thank you. I want to know, can you say her name? 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 Can y'all say her name?
Ma'am, we are all.
Waukesha Wilson.
We are all.
Waukesha Wilson. That's all it takes.
We are all very sorry for the loss of your daughter, Waukesha Wilson.
The next speaker, please, Lisa Simpson.
Richard Risher. I don't need this microphone because I got a problem with all y'all up here. Y'all racial profiled me 2 weeks ago. Y'all thought y'all was slick. Y'all all thought y'all was smart. Matt Johnson, you a cold piece of a black man. Oh, Miss Simpson, wait for me outside the office and I'm going to give you the paperwork that your boy, Chief Moore, lied and said y'all already had in y'all business that y'all call it. It was never there. But you had me sit there and wait. You too, Miss McClain. Oh, yeah, I'm on y'all like a cheap suit on a broke hoe. Y'all made me sit there and wait, right? I waited, because I'm very patient. I waited. But y'all didn't have me wait for no paper. Y'all had me wait for the racial profiling that y'all do and serve me with a subpoena that violates my First Amendment rights, which is the right to speak, and my Second Amendment rights, which is the right to bear a firearm. Yeah, Chief Beck, you knew about it. Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about. How you had your officer go down there and file this report that I threatened y'all. I never threatened none of y'all. I never threatened not one person on this panel. But you got all these police officers at every commission board meeting. Why wasn't I arrested? Since it was a threat, why wasn't I arrested? Why did you wait until your officers that are in, what you call them, your sisters, Apple Valley Police Department, that y'all had put me out? Why I never got the subpoena there? Why y'all wait till I come amongst y'all monkeys and wait on y'all to finish doing y'all clown and y'all act show, and then y'all serve me with a subpoena to give away some guns that I owned 23 years ago? Imagine that. Okay, I'm gonna tell you where the gun's at. The 25 that y'all took, y'all raided my house in 1993 and I was 7 months pregnant. Y'all ran up in my house and y'all took my gun. So 77 police department got out. In 1994, I was at the barbershop. Y'all raided the barbershop. Y'all took my 32, so Southwest Police Department has that one. The 40 HK that you're talking about, I put it in the storage, Charlie Beck, and I lost my storage. So you need to go to public storage and find out who has that one. But that 40 that you're talking about that I got, that extra one, it don't belong to Lisa Simpson. I only had 3 guns registered in my life. And they were registered to me, sir, so I was able to have a firearm. But because I'm fighting for the death of my son that your officers did, now you want to put a restraining order on me about some guns that I don't own. I don't have them no more. You have to file every year to renew your gun license, sir. In 2003, I was a felon, so I couldn't have no guns anyway. So if you're looking for these guns that you're talking about, I'm gonna need you to go to 77 Police Station, Mr. Beck, and I'm gonna need you to go to Southwest. Since you guys keep your evidence, you need to go to your evidence room and get those guns, because if they're not there, guess what? One of your cops have them in their possession, and they're using them. But it's not me. But the game that y'all trying to play, I'm not feeling that, Matt Johnson, because you served me with the subpoena.
I didn't serve you with anything.
You did. All y'all knew about it, and y'all play so many games, but you're talking about racial profiling. I'm a black woman, and I was racial profiled.
Ma'am, we need to move. We need to move on to the next speaker.
Ma'am, because I'm not your grandmother, sir. My name is Lisa Simpson.
Ms. Simpson, thank you. We need to move on to the next.
On Friday, Charlie Beck, because I have no guns to turn in. But when are your roll cops gonna turn in their guns? Because they killed my son. I haven't killed nobody, but they killed my son. So when are they gonna turn in their guns? Is Chavez still on the street?
Ms. Simpson, thank you. Ms. Simpson, can we please move on to the next speaker?
The other projects, and you still have him on the streets in Watts. So tell me the truth. Are these police officers, Charlie Beck, or are these your personal assassins, sir?
Ms. Simpson, can you please have a seat so we can move on to the news?
I'm talking to Chief Beck.
Are
these police officers that you have on the force, or are these assassins?
Ms. Simpson, please have a seat so we can move on.
You can't tell me nothing. Guess why? Because you already put a restraining order on me. What you gonna do? Take me to jail?
The whole damn system is guilty of that.
Dad.
Okay, we're ready.
I'm Richard Risher. I'm not disrupting anything.
How many more speakers do we have?
5.
Richard Risher. Richard Risher. Richard
Please have a seat so we can have the last 5 speakers. We don't have order. We're going to adjourn the meeting. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Do I have a second to adjourn the meeting?
We have 5 more comment cards. We have Chaplain Jonathan James Barnes.
Hold on, we had a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Now I'm going to let the last 5 speakers speak, but if there is another disruption like that, we will adjourn the meeting. I will call the vote.
The next 5 speakers, Chaplain Jonathan James Barnes, General Jeff.
Thank you for your patience.
Michael Williams, Melina Abdullah, and Evelina Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Can we close the door?
Imagine why we got this.
Okay. Again, thank you for your patience, sir.
Surely. Good to see you again, President Johnson, members of the board. Chaplain Jonathan James Barnes, the newest member of National Action Network, providing spiritual counseling such as court and jail ministerial services, which consist of when family members call and they feel as though their family is falsely incarcerated. I go to the court hearings to be the liaison between the inmate, the family member, as well as the attorneys to make sure that they're following through, and then go down to the jails and provide spiritual counseling for the inmates, for the family members, and if need be, the officers. You know, there's a saying in the inner city that we've heard for a number of years that we are guilty until found innocent. And, you know, of course, what is technically the correct term is that we're innocent until found guilty. Well, providing spiritual services is now going on 3 months, which will be next Sunday. Unfortunately, those of ethnic background, primarily African American and Hispanic background, they're being taken in custody without sufficient evidence and being held and pretty much held guilty until found innocent, which also is a violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 11, which states everyone charged with a penal offense has the right to be preserved innocent until proven guilty. This past Thursday, I went to provide court ministerial services for 2 African American gentlemen that was held in custody for 5 months. Held in custody for 5 months. As we were prepared to go to trial this week, starting Monday, prosecution said, well, we don't have any physical evidence or a witness. You know, this is a universal human right. This supersedes our own thoughts, our own rights. This is something that needs to be seen to, because now that we have individuals that they're not being harmed on the streets, but they're taking advantage in the judicial system, this problem will only concur more and more. So I thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
General Jeff.
Thank you, General Jeff from Skid Row. First, I want to commend Chief Beck for actually showing up today when he could have been at home healing. He had a perfect excuse. I also want to commend Chief Johnson and the rest of the commissioners for having this meeting in City Hall today. Thank you for listening to the public outcries of saying, remove these influenced meetings from across the street at LAPD headquarters. You know, this police commission represents we the people, and it's time to stop sucking on the bosom of LAPD. We need this commission to represent the people. And so everything from having this meeting not just once, but now that you've opened a can of worms, you got to have it here again and again and again. Matter of fact, you went beyond my recommendations of having it at Deaton Auditorium. So this is even better. And if you notice, there are no barricades outside of City Hall like they usually do across the street. That in and of itself is a major difference in terms of what this commission meetings are really supposed to be about. We need to keep more of that. You know, any of you commissioners that have LAPD badges on your lapels, you need to remove those. You don't represent LAPD, you represent we the people. You were appointed by the mayor, you weren't appointed by Chief Beck. You represent us. Take that thing off. Just like on your business cards, you should have the City of Los Angeles seal. You shouldn't have the LAPD badge or the LAPD logo on your business cards. You don't work for them. You work for we the people, the Angelenos in the City of Los Angeles. Change this thing forever. They should never have a meeting back over there across the street inside of LAPD headquarters. Earlier today, we talked about bias policing. Right now, I'm talking about LAPD's bias influence over this police commission. We need to change that forever, and it starts now.
Michael Williams.
Steve Soboroff, wake up! You sleeping too long.
Chief Beck said that without public trust, there is no policing. That's a quote from you. You have no public trust. You don't have the trust of the public. You say that you want to create community programs and build up the community. How can you do that when 50% of the annual budget goes to police and not community? You're a leech. You're a parasite on this community. You drain the resources from it. And then you put it into things like prisons. You put it into things like militarized weaponry for your officers, things like tanks, riot gear, things like that to suppress the voice of the people. So you don't build up any community programs. You don't build up the community. You are a leech and a parasite. You say that there's two things that you hold your officers accountable for. Is increasing safety and increasing trust. So by your own standards, you have failed. By your own standards, you have failed. Because our streets are no safer, and the trust among the public and the police is at an all-time low. So you should resign and fire yourself because you failed your own standards. Then you say you don't have the financial resources to do another survey. And you want more money to be put in. Again, being a leech, being a parasite. We don't need a survey to tell us that we're being oppressed because we're experiencing the oppression. It's for you. Then Steve Soboroff, you want to talk about that this is a perception, not reality. Again, we are experiencing it on a daily basis, the oppression. When you have a fear of the system, when you have a fear of police, when you have a fear of everything that is going on around you, that's not perception, that's reality. That's a very real reality for everyone.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you for your comments. Call the next speaker, please. Sir, if you don't sit down, we're going to call the meeting.
Melina Abdullah. Followed by Avelina Rivera.
So there's just 3 quick points I want to make. I think Michael said most of what we need to say. We can really let that be the conclusion. But there's 3 points I want to lift up. One, that when we talk about this study, I think Sister Jamie started to lift this up, that this is not an independent study, right? Anybody, any researcher worth their weight will say that anytime a study is commissioned by an entity, they bias that study. So if the police commission the study, there's a reason that study is called bias policing and not racial profiling. It's because that's what Charlie Beck commissioned. There's a reason why what's lifted up is that the majority of Angelenos have trust in the police. It's because that's what he commissioned. And so we need independent studies. No, we shouldn't give him another $1 to do any more studies, right? If we need a study, if we need some validation of what we're actually experiencing in the community because white supremacist, patriarchal capitalists like Steve Soboroff don't get it, right? Then it needs to be an independent study that is not commissioned by the police who just use it for their PR campaigns. That's point number 2. So I started to say that solutions need to be grounded in systemic change, not in individual instances. And so I appreciate Professor Richardson for lifting that up. The second thing, though, that they can't be grounded in is a PR campaign where Charlie Beck goes traipsing around pretending like LAPD is a model of 21st century policing and writing op-eds. Op-eds, he cannot write himself out of the truth of what LAPD is. He cannot write himself out of that truth. And so we need real systemic change. We need to recognize that what we're experiencing is racial profiling and racism, and it is not a matter of perception.
Avelina Rivera.
So my name's Avelina, and I'm a student at Los Angeles Southwest College. For those of you who probably never make your way down there, that's on Western and Imperial, about 5 blocks away from where Carnell Snell was viciously murdered. Kenny Watkins was also a student at Los Angeles Southwest College. This is the most underfunded community college in all of Los Angeles. But one thing we do have is a sheriff's department on campus who are actively always questioning us, always asking us where we're going. They're not there to protect us. They're there to police us. So I came here and I listened to people tell you, you guys are so brave. We should be thanking these police officers. You don't live in our communities. You don't shower with lead in your fucking water. You don't shower with that. You're not brave for coming into my community with a gun. You're not brave for coming in with a badge. You don't live in Watts and you don't know what it's like to be policed. You live in Culver City. You live in Santa Monica. You live in Beverly Hills. You don't know for 1 second what it's like. You had a white woman come in and tell us about diversity. You had a white woman do that. You had a white woman do that. And I'm from a low underfunded school, and you sitting here looking at me like I'm not equal to you. I couldn't even address you there. I have to be standing. I couldn't even be sitting the way you are. So how do we address that? This is supposed to be a bigger space and a better space for all of us. All you do is undermine us every single chance you get. This doesn't create a place for us to really voice our opinions. I can't even sit and look at you. I'm timed. Like, what is this? Our communities are already over-policed, and then we come in here and we're policed more by all these bitch-ass police officers with badges and guns. Fuck you and fire fucking Chief Beck.
There are no other public comment cards. Mr. President, is there a motion to adjourn?
We have a motion. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you for everybody who participated today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an Iyengar yoga teacher here in Los Angeles, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, Our City, Our Channel. Namaste.